Hello and welcome to this, our 161st live stream. All second-born questions. Of course, this is a reference to our most latest evidence for the Exodus video, which is on who were the firstborn of the Egyptians. So if you got some time later on after the live stream, please go ahead and have a look at that video. Okay, some channel business first, and then we'll get into the questions. The first thing is that signups for the tour are going well, so they're happy to report that. But we do ask that if you are interested in signing up for our Egypt and the Bible tour, that you please do so that they know you're interested and can reserve a proper spot for you. So the link to that is in the description, and we ask that if you are really interested in going, please do sign up, because we'd love to have you there. It's going to be a great time. Lots of learning, lots of lots of interesting stuff that you wouldn't normally get by not going there yourself. All right. Now, second piece of channel business was a rumor that's been floating around, which we kind of have to kill, which was that there's going to be a debate between Jabari Ozaze and myself. I challenged him. He challenged me. He hasn't accepted. And it's just static. Okay? So, even though he's postured and basically said, oh, I called Dr. Falk out. I challenge him to a debate. Yeah, he's not interested. Okay? He declined. So, as much as we'd all love to have that debate go off, Jabari, he's a member Jabari Ozaze. He's what you could say, he's kind of a little cult leader. He runs he's a religious leader of a sect of the conscious community. Now, the conscious community is a group that believes that the Egyptian religion should be revived and is the native religion of those who are of African descent. So, I gave him a challenge to. He started talking some smack on May 19th. I said, okay, great. He says, he said to me, well, if funny how you make these videos and you never involve me in the conversation. I said, great idea. Fantastic idea. I'll take you on. I'll have a debate with you on the historicity of the Exodus. Sure. No problem. Then on May, I think it's May 26th or 27th. 27th. May 27th. Well, I issued the challenge to him on May 21st. May 27th, he calls me out and basically says that I'm a coward, I'm running and hiding, and yeah, I'm running and hiding. Me. Running and hiding from him, and he's calling me out to have a debate. It's like, yeah, sure, buddy. Now, it is true. Yeah, Addison's right here. He does not have a PhD. I generally, as a policy, do not debate people who have PhDs. It's usually just not worth my time. He's an exception, though. He's an exception. The reason why he's an exception is just because of his reach, scope and reach. Now, he says he's a PhD student at the University of Metaphysical Sciences, and I would encourage you to look that up. Okay. So fascinating. It's a fascinating school. full of courses you would never expect to be offered at an institution of higher learning. I love the house healing for ghost hunters. I mean, that's my favorite course in that school. Breatharianism, ear candling, you know, all the things you need to be a great, great historian. Mhm.
Every time.
Yeah. Yeah, he reiterates his credentials that he's a historian. And the fact is he's not. He's not a historian. But he's got this air in, say, the African American community, this reputation in the African American community of being very knowledgeable about ancient Egypt when he's not. Haystack. Ooh. Ooh, brutal haystack. Haystack says, I heard SpongeBob was there for a semester. Well, maybe for the dolphin healing. And yes, they do offer a course on dolphin healing. Courtney Thompson says, Jabari's a priest more than a historian, but he says in dialogue he's wearing his historian hat. Yeah, and he does. That's exactly what he does. So, yeah, I mean, he is a priest. He is a priest, and I don't, we're pretty. We don't really comment on the guy's religion. I mean, we could. That would be part of our mandate to talk about his religion if he published it and we knew more about it. But he is definitely more of a priest. But he also tries to assert authority assert an authority as an expert on ancient Egypt, and he clearly is not. So we did ask to do a debate in a neutral platform. He said no. He's called me out, and said, okay, fine, we'll do a debate. Let's do a debate. Still crickets. Even after I had an exchange with him, I think yesterday, basically saying, hey, okay, yeah, you're talking a big game, but you aren't willing to actually make this happen. So, uh, Courtney Thompson, I don't know whose priesthood he is of though. His priesthood is essentially comes from a group of Afrocentrists. Guys like Ankh Mireille, quote professor. I think was a legitimate professor in religious studies called Hilliard. So it's kind of that group of Afrocentrists that came out of the revival of Kemetic religions in the 1960s. So that's really sort of where his priesthood tradition stems from. Sam Ephraim Shavers Jr. says, I'm sorry, Jabari is not a real scholar. No, he's not. But he's got a lot of traction in the African American community. So that's the reason I'm made an exception for him. So anyway, the long and the short of this is that there's not going to be a debate as far as I can tell. As of last I've heard, he's not serious about actually pursuing a debate. It's just posturing, but I've actually already agreed to the debate and laid the challenge down. So, and he's also challenged me, except when I pick up the glove, he doesn't want to play anymore. So, all right. So that's the channel. This is just part of, we're just trying to dispel that rumor to say that there's going to be debate. There's, as far as I can tell, there's not going to be a debate. So let's now move on to the questions. And channel rules, same as always. Super chats have priority. Non-super chat questions have to begin with a Q and a colon, so my producer and I actually see it. Only post non-super chats once. Any question repeatedly posted will be disqualified for the session. If you use a verse in the Bible or a foreign word, we need some context. So in the case of the Bible, we'll need the book, chapter, and verse. In the case of a foreign word, tell me what language you think it's from and what you think the word means. And if you sponsor another person's super chat, please only sponsor one question and retype the question that you're sponsoring so we don't have to hunt all over the place for it. All right? So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Now, our first question of the night is from Darkblade here. And he asks, when was Amenhotep II born? Not when he came to the throne, but when was he born? Now, we have the mummy of Amenhotep II. He is about 52 years old, and he reigned 52, 54. He reigned about 25 years, 25, 26 years, okay? He came to the throne in 1425, which means he was 18 years old at the time of his ascension to the throne. So that would have mean he would have been born in 1443 BC, about 3 years after the, say, early Exodus date. Okay, so that's when Amenhotep II was born, around 1443 BC. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Second question is from Darkblade again. How did Egypt temporarily regain their independence in 404 BC? Okay, this occurred under the reign of Amatius, and it was really it wasn't subtle. It was really just an insurrection. He orchestrated an insurrection and threw out the Persians. It's as simple as that. It's nothing more complicated. And the rule of the he was the only king of the 28th dynasty. The 28th and 29th dynasty rules, and even the 30th, they only ruled for about 60 years. So it was very temporary before the Persians returned and broke some skulls. But yeah, the whole final gasp of Egyptian independent rule didn't last very long. It was, and a lot of this was the Egyptians' own fault too, when it came right down to it, because what happened, the reason why the Persians were able to take over again was essentially Egyptian infighting. So they had established independence. They had thrown out the Persians under Amatius. He only reigns 5 years independently. He dies, and then it's just squabbling for the throne after that for the next 55 years. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, the third question here is from Mobius. Wouldn't 22,273 firstborn males of all ages, numbers 343, be more consistent with an exodus of 90 to 100,000 males of all ranges rather than 1 million males? Yes, it would. That is a pretty keen observation there. Yeah, if you're not talking here about firstborn children, but firstborn males, which could be conceivably of all ages, then absolutely that is more consistent with a much, much smaller number of people. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Take a couple more here because I think they're worth taking, and then we'll get on to the super chats here. We're actually moving on pretty quickly here, so I'm happy with that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'll take this one. Even though it's a little more complicated question. Mobius again. Why is the city of palms listed between the Negev and Zoar? Because it's not a linear list. Bring up the Bible here and we'll show you. And here. So, this is in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 34. And so, we'll start here with verse 1 because that gets you kind of the idea of how this is being viewed. Now Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite of Jericho. So he's up on a high mountain, so he can see a long ways. You can see a long, long ways if you've got a high enough elevation. So he's going to the top of the peak here to have a look. And the Lord showed him all the land, Gilead as far as Dan. Okay, now that's to the south. Okay, that's to the south. So he's looking southward at that point. And all Naphtali and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh. Now that's to the north. Ephraim and Manasseh, they're in the north. And the land of Judah as far as the western sea. Now he's looking to the west. So he's looking in all directions here. And the Negev and the plain in the valley of Jericho. Okay, now Jericho, that's he's looking way out there in that direction. He can see Jericho, which is across the river. That you should have no problem seeing that from Pisgah. And then the Negev, which would be across the Dead Sea. So think of it this way. He's starting to look at Jericho, and then he is moving to his left. So if he's got Jericho, he's moving to his left. He's moving to his left, and he is seeing then the Dead Sea and the Negev, because that's across. Because if he can see the Western Sea, which is the Mediterranean, then he can surely see across the Dead Sea. And then he goes a little more left, and he sees Zoar, which is at the southern tip of the Dead Sea. Okay. No, Mobius, that isn't the first Dan. You're mixing up your Dans, okay? This is not the Dan of say, Genesis 14. Okay, this is the tribe of Dan that only goes up as far as Samaria. Not the Dan that says of Genesis 14 that is supposedly north of Damascus. That's a different Dan. That's the Danu. That's different. So this would be the area of Samaria that he can see to when he looks at Dan. Okay. So sorry, you're right. That is to the north. Did I say south? I probably did say south. Okay. So that's north. Okay, that's north. That Dan is north. Sorry, that was my mistake. I get what you mean here. Okay. Yeah, that was my mistake. Yeah, Dan is to the north. Gilead as far as Dan. Okay, and Naphtali and the land of Ephraim, that's all in the northern territories. Okay. And then he's moving southward. Judah, Western Sea, then to Jericho. So he's making a big sweeping arc, is what I'm saying. Okay, and that's the point I'm trying to drive at here. So he's making an arc. He's starting at Samaria and looking at Ephraim and Manasseh, which is actually the Arbon and Heshbon. Then he's sweeping across Jericho and Judah, and then into the Negev, and then down as far as at Zoar. So what I'm trying to get to drive at here is this is not a straight line. This is not a line on a map like you often see, like Egyptian toponym lists, where one is right after the other geographically. This is an arc. This is a north to south arc. All right? So I hope that helps. It's complicated unless you sort of lay it out like this. But I hope that explains it. Even if I did mess up my first identification there. Yeah. So, misspoke that time. All right. So, which happens. And I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here. 501 Mobius says, it does prove Zoar is not to the north of the Dead Sea. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely it proves that. Okay, and there was one other one I was thinking of taking. Which one? Then we'll get into the super chats here. Mobius also asks, Dr. Falk, can you see an aurora tonight? Joshua's long day. I did go out and look for the aurora 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And all we could see here was a gray smudge in the sky. That's what we could see. But we could see it, which was really kind of cool. I live in the city, and there's a lot of light pollution here. So for me, being able to see anything in the sky, that's a miracle. Okay. Yeah, between the city lights and the constant overcast and rain, if we see any astronomical thing, it is a miracle. Yeah, 18 Ministries. It was gray. It looked when you looked up in the sky, it looked like a gray cloud. It really had the look of a gray cloud. But unlike a gray cloud, you could just see it change. It changed subtly. So vaguely pink. Vaguely pink. More gray than pink. Okay? Okay, so we're not gonna go out. I'm not gonna go out. If there is another aurora tonight, I'm not gonna go out and look at it, honestly. It wasn't worth it the first time. Which is now I have seen beautiful aurora, like when I lived in Wisconsin. There was a time when we went out and I saw just the most spectacular aurora of my life, which was beautifully green. I mean, awesome. I mean, it was awesome. Okay, but you can't really see that here. Now, Joshua's long day, I'm going to basically put it straight out here. He's talking about Joshua 10 here. And it's not an aurora, it's not a Carrington event, and it's not a solar eclipse. Okay? I'm going to get that straight out there. What it is it's a it's omen language. It's definitely omen language. We see a lot of parallels of this in Assyrian omens. So I think there's really no doubt that that's what's being talked about in Joshua's long day. It's an omen. Basically, these are the times when it's best to go to war, and these are the times when it's not. In this particular case, the moon rising with the sun is a bad omen. The first of the month. So that's what it's talking about here when it's in Joshua's long day. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat or the question. Sorry, very much appreciated. I'll take up this follow-up here. 18 Ministries. Will there be an aurora in Egypt? Unlikely. Okay? Now, I will say this. Egypt is very close to the equator. I mean, it's still relatively far because the equator's way down. But you're not going to see aurora in Egypt at any time, ever. Okay? Not unless we have one of those events that, will knock out the power grid. But what you will see in Egypt, if we get to if when we get to Aswan, the stars are incredible. You'll see the Milky Way. You can see the Milky Way in Aswan. So, it's really beautiful. I mean, the Milky Way is. You'll see just the most spectacular skies ever in Aswan. So part of the reason for going to Aswan is to see the skies and just the beauty of that area. It's just phenomenal. Yeah, you'll get to see Newt. You'll get to see the naked woman in the sky. And that's how the Egyptians thought of it. That's how they thought of the Milky Way. It was a naked woman in the sky, the sky goddess, Newt. All right. All right, so let's get on to the super chats here. And our first one here is from TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If there were 3 or more generations living in a family, would there be a firstborn for each generation or just one for the family? There would be a firstborn for every sort of say family unit. Okay? So if you'd have, say, what would be the firstborn for the clan. And then you'd have one for each particular clade and nuclear family underneath that. Okay? So Grandpa has two boys. One of them will be the firstborn. But each of those 2 boys will also have families and have firstborns for them too. So, in, say, 3 generations, it is possible to have multiple firstborns inheriting different aspects of the family wealth. So, that's the answer here, is that you can have multiple firstborns. There's not going to be one firstborn for a clan, but there will be a clan firstborn. He will become, the firstborn of the clan will become clan chief. So that's generally how it works in clan society. Slammaran, depends who survives the fratricide. Boy, that one's more true than we should acknowledge. To this day, yes, it's still a problem. Okay. The next super chat is also from TBD for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He also asks, if the firstborn died before his death but had a son, would the brother or the son become the new heir? Usually it's the brother. Okay? It's the closest inheritor to the progenitor. Okay? So basically, the guy who has the wealth, whoever's the closest relation to that guy. A grandson is not as close as, say, a brother would be as a second son. So basically, if the normally if the firstborn dies but has a son, that grandson loses out. That son loses out. That grandson loses out. And the inheritance then goes to the brother. There's a saying that in Egypt, brothers inherit. And that's basically how inheritance in the ancient Near East works. It typically goes down the line of brothers. It is brothers, but not sisters, but also sisters have their own sort of societal niche and role and dowry. They also get dowries. Yeah, they own their own dowries. So, Okay. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yes, it's usually the brother that will inherit in that case. It's a good question. Yeah, it's a very good question. Because it's kind of antithetical to the British system. Because in the British system, if a firstborn dies but has a grandson, the grandson's next in line. Doesn't work that way in the ancient Near East. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Should Judges 4:4 be translated as Deborah leading Israel or judging Israel? Let's bring up the text. All right, Judges. Chapter 4. 4. Now, Deborah was a prophetess, this is verse 4, the wife of Lipidoth, and was judging, and that's the critical word here, Shaphat, judging Israel at that time. Okay, now, here's the thing with Shaphat, is it's got a very broad lexical range. It can mean to lead, it can mean to judge. What determines this? Context. And part of this is part of the reason why we have such a broad semantic range to Shaphat is because of the fact that to judge is to lead. It's to lead by judicial fiat. So, either one of those translations would be perfectly acceptable. We don't have, I mean, there's nothing in the context that would basically say one or the other, except maybe verse 5 here, where it says, and she used to sit under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the sons of Israel came up to her for judgment. Okay, then what's being driven at here is that there is a dispute. Okay, so the sons of Israel would come up to her and say, hey, I have a dispute with my brother. Please decide between us. So, haystack, so Deborah's not judging like a modern Karen. No, it's not that kind of judging. Okay. So what she's doing is she's arbitrating between disputes. Now, you can extend that to mean to lead. Because once the precedent has been set, they're going to take that back. The people who have been listening in on these judgments are going to take that back and say, oh, well, this is what Deborah said in the past. So you got a similar dispute. You don't need to bug Deborah anymore. She's already ruled on this. So it becomes, judging does become leading in a respect. So it's not like a leading as in, say, a political leading, but it is a leading as in judges do the leading in this society. So I hope that explains this. It's a great question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Judge Debbie. Yeah. Bubba homeschool. Oh, I've been binging on court TV last week, and it's just been, oh boy. Some of those people. Whoa. Yikes. Okay. Aston Weir for $1.99. How good a judge was Deborah? Well, she's classified in the second half of, or the first half of the good judges. She comes in at number 4. And the book of Judges is arranged in order of good judges to bad judges. Othniel, good judge. Ehud, good judge. Deborah, good judge. Jephthah, bad judge. Samson, very bad judge. Okay. So the Israelite writers place Deborah in that first third of what we would call good judges. So she would have been a very good judge, a very fair judge, a very impartial judge. She would have been classified as one of those excellent judges. So, We don't have her specific rulings, however, so it's hard for us to judge today exactly how she judged and what her decisions were. But the ancient historians, had a high opinion of her. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you again. Is it true that Deborah is the one judge that is not rebuked, only praised throughout Scripture? No, it's not. It is true that she's never rebuked, but she is one that she is considered to be a good judge. Okay? Other judges are also don't receive any rebuke. Like Othniel receives no rebuke. So, there are other judges that get say nothing but praise, but it's not true. She's not the only judge that gets no rebuke, but we also have to be realizing too that there are judges that were pretty awful. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. Does certain judges being bad, for example, Jephthah and Samson, contradict passages like Hebrews 11:33-34 and 38? Let's look at this because I think this raises a really important issue. And that issue is our mischaracterization of Hebrews 11. Now, when we look at, say, Hebrews 11, this is sometimes, and theologians used to call this the Hall of Faith, or the Champions of Faith. This is the text never refers to itself as this. This is one of those sort of issues where people have come along later, Christians have come along later and have read this text with a certain lens. And it's really not what the text is driving at. It's for example, we start with Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is assurance of the things hoped for the conviction of things not seen. For by it men of old gained approval. Okay? Basically, they were justified, essentially. So, this is how they bore their testimony. By faith we understand that worlds were prepared by God, for what is seen was not made out of things which are visible. By faith, and it goes on here. It goes through the deeds of Abel and Enoch and all of that, and it gets down to some of the less savory people as well. So when we look at, say, Hebrews 11:33, where it talks, let's start at verse 32 here. What more shall I say? For time will fail me if I tell of Gideon, Barak, Samson, Jephthah, of David, and Samuel and the prophets, who by faith conquered kingdoms, performed acts of righteousness, obtained promises, shut the mouths of lions, quenched the power of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, from weakness were made strong, became mighty in war, put foreign armies to flight. Okay. Now, none of this is saying that these are good people. I'm not saying that. In verse 38. Verse 37 is where the sentence begins. They were stoned, and they were sawn in two. They were tempted. They were put to death with the sword. They went about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, ill-treated, wandering the deserts and mountains and caves in holes in the ground. Okay. So, and verse 39, and all of these having gained approval through their faith. This is the point of the whole passage. Okay. This is the whole point right here. Did not receive what was promised. So, these are guys that did all these acts of faith predicated on a promise. They weren't necessarily good people, nice people. They weren't good smelling people. They were just, yeah, they had a promise and they were living according to a promise, even if they were dirtbags. So this is not a passage that is telling us to extol these people as heroes. Okay? This is a passage that says, even though these guys did acts of faith and did powerful things through acts of faith, they didn't get it. They didn't get what they were promised. Not in this life. In verse 12:1, it says, "Therefore, since we have so great a cloud of witnesses, let us also lay aside every encumbrance and sin, and let us run the endurance race that is set before us, fixing our eyes on Jesus, the author and the perfecter of faith." What these guys didn't receive, Christ received. Christ won. It's all about refocusing you on Christ. That's the purpose of this passage. It's not to focus your eyesights on these, quote, heroes. It's to focus your Christ. Say, hey, these guys were heroes, but some of these are dodgy heroes. But the real hero in all of this is Jesus. Jesus is better than all of this. He's better than all these heroes of the past. So that's really what the focus of this passage is. So when we come across then some of these guys who are dirtbags, it really doesn't contradict the passage, because the passage is not saying they're perfect. The passage is not saying they're good. The passage is saying, hey, these guys accomplish things through faith, but Jesus is still better. Okay? This is the Jesus is better section. Okay? So these guys could be horrible human beings. And if they did one act of faith that would basically say, oh yeah, maybe that guy Samson, he was a strong guy. Real dirtbag otherwise, but yeah, he was a strong guy. Because he pushed those pillars down by faith. You can still say, yeah, he's a dirtbag, and Jesus is still better. That's what the passage is getting to. Jesus is still better. It's better than the best hero of the Old Testament, and he's better than the worst hero. He's better than them all. That's what this passage is driving at. So, certain guys being bad in Hebrews 11 doesn't matter. Jesus is better than them all. And that's the point of the passage. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat here is also from Asweir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is Korah's reasoning in Numbers 16:3 analogous to how egalitarians apply Galatians 3:28 and equality in general? No, it isn't, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let's just talk briefly about Galatians 2:38. Because these are kind of, in some ways, these are apples and oranges. Very much apples and oranges. Okay, so Galatians 3:28. There's neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free man. There is neither male nor female. For you are all one in Jesus Christ. And if you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's offspring, heirs according to the promise. Okay. So this is talking about salvation in general. Okay. So this is the general salvation that applies to everybody here. Okay. So anyway, we get back to Numbers here and the Korah rebellion. Now, Numbers 16:3. Now, let's pick up to where we are here. Now, there's some little details here that you kind of have to pick up here as you go along. Number 16:1 says, Now Korah the son of Itzar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, with Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelath, son of Reuben, took action. Okay, so they're taking action here. And they rose up before Moses, together with some of the sons of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation, chosen in the assemblies of the renowned. And they assembled together against Moses and Aaron and said to them, You have gone too far, for all the congregation are holy, every one of them. And the Lord is in their midst. So why do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord? Now, this is what we call pious crud. Okay? This is pious crud. Korah here is not saying that everyone should have access to the priesthood. He's not saying that. He is using that as a pretense. Okay? It's like, well, everybody should be the pastor. Okay, how are you going to run your actual service? Oh, well, we're going to elect a pastor. What? Or everybody should be the president. All right, that would be anarchy, right? Yeah, so we're really going to elect a guy to do it. Okay. So he's not actually saying here that there should be chaos here in the religious system. He's not saying that. He's using that as a pretense to undermine the authority of Aaron's claims to the priesthood. Now, there's also something else going on here, and we'll get to that. Verse 4. When Moses heard this, he fell on his face, and he spoke to Korah and his company, saying, Tomorrow morning, the Lord will show you who is his and who is holy, and will bring him near to himself. Even the one whom he will choose, he will bring near to himself. Now, the irony is verse 6. Do this. Take census for yourself, Korah and all your company, and put fire in them, and lay incense on them in the presence of the Lord tomorrow. The man whom the Lord chooses shall be the one who is holy. You have gone far enough, you sons of Levi. Now, them's fighting words. Okay? Them's fighting words. Now, he's not saying that this is a normal practice. In fact, he's saying quite the opposite. He's saying, okay, you guys are burning incense. Now, understand what first of all, the name Korah. Korah means bald. The name Korah itself means bald. It's highly likely that Korah was a priest of Baal back at Avaris. Okay? Him and his cohorts were probably part of that former priesthood. And how we know this is not only that from the name Korah, but also the fact that they're using what's called incense spoons. Now, unfortunately, they're calling these censers. They're not censers. These are spoons, especially these long, sort of 12-ish inch spoons. And it's got a long handle and a little cup at the end. And you put your coals in that little cup, and then you sprinkle your incense on the coals. Okay? So Korah is waving around these incense spoons in the way they would have purified incense to Baal. So Moses is not saying this is an accepted practice. He's saying that's what you guys are doing. You guys are imitating the practices of Baal, the temple of Baal at Avaris. So go on. You wave your incense spoons to the Lord, and let's see how he responds. This should be interesting. So that's what he said. He's telling Korah. That's exactly what he's saying to him. Like, okay, you guys think because you were priests of Baal back in Varus, that you can be priest to Yahweh now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is gonna be interesting to watch. Surprise! Okay. So the two contexts here between Galatians 3:28 and number 16:3 are completely different. Basically, number 16, Korah is advocating a kind of elitist anarchy. A basically where the priests of Baal are going to take over the worship of Yahweh. Whereas basically Galatians 3:28 is talking about that salvation is accessible to all. And also, though, we have to keep in mind too that the New Testament says that it's not good for everyone to be a teacher, although everyone should have the aptitude to teach. So we have to keep these sort of contrasts, these tensions in place. Yes, would it be a good idea for people to become pastors and priests, etc.? Sure. It's not good for everyone to do it. And Korah here is not advocating that everyone should do it. He's not advocating for egalitarianism. He's advocating for his old job back. That's what he's doing. He's schlepping for his old job. So anyway, I hope that explained this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here. Top here. Okay, next super chat here is from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What ancient peoples had a 7th-day week? It essentially comes out of Semitic culture. The Egyptians had a 10-day week. The Romans had an 8-day week. The Assyrians and the Babylonians had a 7-day week, and the Canaanites had a 7-day week. So it does seem to be something that comes out of Semitic culture specifically. So that the fact that the Israelites being an Amoritic culture originally wouldn't really surprise us that they also picked up and maintained a 7-day week too. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, as some weird falls up, I wasn't asking if Korah's reasoning was analogous to Galatians 3:28. I was asking if it was analogous to egalitarian's usage of that passage. Maybe, but it's hard to say unless you get a specific argument in hand of how egalitarians use that passage. I think what you're asking is Korah's reasoning analogous to how egalitarians use Galatians 3:28. That's what I gather from that. The question is not exactly clear then. I would say, well, if they're using, I don't think the two are analogous. I mean, I've never heard of I mean, it might be that egalitarians are misusing Galatians 3:28 to say that everyone is equally an anarchy of the religious structure. I mean, some could be saying that. I don't know. I mean, you could get people who say all sorts of weird things, but I haven't heard any egalitarians misuse Galatians 3:28 in that way. I haven't actually seen them do that, to be fair. But it's possible that there could be some out there that do. Okay. So, but I've also never seen any also reference number 16 as well. So, I have never, as I said, I haven't seen anybody egalitarians misuse Galatians 3:28 in that way. But maybe some of them do. Maybe some of them do. It's possible, but I haven't seen it myself. Okay. Get on to the next super chat here. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Nietzsche? Nietzsche is an example of German dialectic. Okay. Now, German dialectic is very, very hard for North American readers to wrap their head around. Yeah. The thing with German dialectic is it's a method. It's a philosophical method, and if you're not enculturated into that philosophic method, you can read all sorts of strange things out of it. And because of because of the way German dialectic works, is you basically mention two extremes, and the reader is supposed to go to the middle road. Okay? So, an example of, say, German dialectic would be food is good for the body. It strengthens the body. Food also causes heart disease, obesity, illness, and pain. Now, you're not supposed to, with German dialectic, you're not supposed to take one passage in isolation. You're not just supposed to say, oh, food is great, food is fantastic, I'll eat as much as I want. Also, you're not supposed to take the opposite either, which is, oh, food is terrible, it'll cause you disease and heart congestion and... We won't go there yet. Okay, so you're supposed to take both passages and go down the middle road. Okay? So the thing is with Nietzsche, it's very difficult for North Americans to read. And frankly, it was even difficult for Germans to read. This is why, for example, Nietzsche was so favored by, say, the National Socialists of the 1930s. And that's because the National Socialists of the 1930s had lost how to read German dialectic, and they were reading the extremes of Nietzsche's passages and coming to those extreme conclusions. So, I think Nietzsche is one of those philosophers that's better not read these days, just because it's too difficult for people to juggle in their head how to read it. But he's not the only one who did this. There were many Germans of the late 19th century who wrote in that style. So it's just one of those things that's just going to be very, very difficult through basically going through historical writings like this for modern readers to navigate. We want people just to lay it out for us, Just don't beat around the bush. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell us what you think in the clearest possible words. Gabe Reagan, Germans, fine engineers, but poor philosophers. Yeah, kind of. But this is a very, very typical of German dialectic. So unless you are willing to do that work, that head work, stay away from Nietzsche. because you're not going to get his sort of his true thoughts on things just by reading passages in isolation. It doesn't he doesn't write that way. It's not meant to be read that way, and you have to just do crazy amounts of work to get anything out of it that's proper. So he's not very quotable either. So not if you want to not go to some crazy extremes. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. By the way, I hated reading Nietzsche in philosophy classes. Hated Nietzsche. Every time I had to read Nietzsche, I just sort of checked out. It was just a pain in the butt. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the Super Chat. How should we read numbers in Numbers 1? That's a great question. Like verse 21. Would it be 46 clans and 500? Or 46 clans of 500? That's one possibility. The problem is when we talk about this, and this is part of the census. Let's raise it up here. We'll go to the passage he suggested here. Chapter 1. And their numbered men, the tribe of Reuben, were. And by the way, in the Hebrew, this is not written as numbers, but written out as a sentence. 46 Eleph and 5 Moed. Okay? And that's how they wrote numbers. But it's also how they wrote other things, too. And the million-dollar question is, how would you read this? It is possible to read this as 46 clans and 5 clades. And a clade is sort of a line of descent that happens within a clan. A clan is made of multiple clades, and a clade is made of multiple families. Okay? So it is possible here that this is 46 clans and 5 clades. That's a possible reading here. It could also mean other things too. It could also mean 46 clans and 5 squads. It could be 46 armies and 5, as I said, 5 squads. I mean, there's a ton of different ways to read this. 6 different ways to possibly read this. So this is one of the huge this is one of the outstanding major questions in Exodus studies. How do we read the census? As I said, there's at least 7 interpretations of this. So, it would be 43 alephs, and 5 hundreds. Okay, moeds. Diane Loftus asks, not tribes? No, it wouldn't be tribes, because each tribe is being numbered in this way. So, okay, that is a pen, not a cigarette. Yes, that is a pen. Okay, that's a pen. See, oops, pen, not a cigarette. I don't smoke. Okay, I don't smoke. I drink, but I don't smoke. Although I haven't drunk in a long time, so. Okay, so. An Aleph could be a commander. That is a possibility. If you could have, say, 46 commanders and, again, 5 squads. You know, there's, or heroes and squads. I mean, there's, as I said, there's 7 different interpretations to this. So, because there's so many interpretations, and we don't know exactly which one is correct, that's one of the most puzzling things about these whole census, is they're not using numbers exactly the way we are. Everyone pretty much recognizes that. Now, almost every biblical scholar who's done any appreciable work on this passage has always come to agreement on one thing. They're not using numbers the way we're using numbers. Okay? But that then raises the question, how are they using them? And that's where things get tricky, because we don't know. Even Hallett, basically says that this could be like the Alephs could be armies, clans, groups, or thousands. I mean, that's still a possibility here. So, Mobius says 1 commander per 1,000 men, 1 commander per 100 men. Well, yeah, except you would have then 46 commanders of thousands, and then 5 commanders per 100. That doesn't work out all so well. So, not a great solution there, but could be. We don't exactly know, which is the problem. If we get some parallel text someday, that might shed light on this, but until then, really difficult to say. So, what we might do at some point here, just on this one question. First of all, because it is asked so often, we might do another Mr. EC show. We might do another Mr. EC show where we go through all the theories associated with the censuses in numbers, and evaluate them. Okay. And give each one a dirty sock rating. Because ultimately, we can't know. We can't know which one is the right one here. Okay. But we can sort of say, okay, which interpretations here are more or less probable. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Better make a note of that, Mr. EC show numbers. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. And he asks, did the Assyrians deport all northern Israel or just the upper class like with Babylon? Neither. Okay. The way deportation worked with the Assyrian Empire was it was meant to break up clans. So they didn't deport based upon leadership. The Babylonians did. The Babylonians looked at who was the upper class and they got deported. In the case of the Assyrians, how it worked was different. Assyrians didn't want insurrection. And the Assyrians knew that insurrection centered around clans. So, in the case of the Assyrians, what they would do is they would say, okay, you've got a clan here. You've got a whole bunch of families here that could rally together and cause problems. So we're going to break up the clan. We're going to move the clan all over the place. And so what they would do is they would keep the nuclear family intact. So mom, dad, and the kids got to stay intact. But even though they were intact, they could pick up the entire family and say, move them to Akkad. They could move them to the remains of the Mitanni Empire. They could move them all over the place. And what they would do is they would play musical families. So they would move families from all portions of the empire in order to break up that clan structure that was ubiquitous. So that's how the Assyrians did it. It was slightly different than the Babylonian form of exile, but it was basically meant to break up clan structure, not meant to sort of because the Babylonians thought that insurrection came from the upper classes, basically the disenfranchised upper classes. So Babylon, that's how they did their deportations. Assyrians did it differently. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 ministries for $4.99. Thoughts on those who say Gentiles, Native Americans, Africans, Europeans, Chinese artisans of the lost tribes of Israel. Complete nonsense. We know what became of the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Okay? They were assimilated into the Assyrians. That's what happened to them. They became part of Assyrian culture. And we have their names actually recorded generations into the Assyrian documents. Okay? So they weren't lost. They're not lost at all. They just became a large part of the Assyrian culture. Many became mercenaries, some became merchants. We have tax receipts and records of deployments. So, K. Lawson Younger did a lot of really good work on tracking the Israelites in the Assyrian Empire. And he has a whole book on this where he just goes through all the ancient documents of ancient Assyria, and he basically points out that, hey, we know exactly where they all went. They're not lost. We know what happened to them. They didn't get on boats and they didn't travel across the Pacific. None of that silly stuff. Take that. John Febeck. So modern day Assyrians, descendants of 10 lost tribes? Yes. Yes. Many of them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They basically integrated into the Assyrian Empire. So it's very much that we know what happened to them. We know where they came from, where they went. They integrated into the Assyrians, and that's where into the Assyrian Empire, and that's pretty much where they stayed. They didn't, unlike, say, the Babylonian exile, where, say, in Babylon, the upper class of, say, Judah returned to Israel, and they oh, okay, we'll get to that next question, Haystack, in a moment here. The 10 tribes, they stayed in Assyria. Those that were deported out. There's also a bunch of them, though, that stayed in the land of Israel and became what was called oh, what's it called now? It's had it in my head. Samaritans. Okay, the Samaritans are essentially what remained of the 10 tribes in Israel that intermarried, were forcibly made to intermarry with nations outside of Israel when the Assyrians, because the Assyrians didn't just deport people out of Israel, they moved other families from other parts of the Assyrian Empire into Israel. So you have, on the one hand, you have a bunch of the 10 tribes that became Assyrians. You have a bunch of other of the 10 tribes that became Samaritans. And that's where they all went. Okay? So none of them are lost. We know what became of them. Now, we do also have to recognize, too, that the tribal system was abolished by Solomon. So, already as that breaks down, as that tribal system breaks down after the abolishing of the tribal system by Solomon, those peoples that represented the 10 tribes, the 10 northern tribes, they don't go away. They just become incorporated into other groups. One becomes that hybrid of Samaritans, the other becomes Assyrians. So, I hope that helps. Now, there was a follow-up question here that I'm going to take. Haystack asks, but why do so many Europeans claim that they are descended from the Israelites? Okay. That is because of the deportation of the Israelites that took place following the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Okay? And what happens is at the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where, say, the people of Jerusalem rebelled, first in 70 AD, and then later on in 135. The Romans basically said, okay, um, in the Romans said, okay, we're not having enough of rebellions with these Israelites. So what happened was the Romans said, okay, every Israelite has to leave Jerusalem. They have to leave Jerusalem. So they get deported. Where do they get deported to? They get deported to Europe. That's where the Romans deport them. So many Europeans are going to be related, descended from Israelites. But that's not because of the 10 tribes. That's because of the Judahites. They get, they're the ones that stay in Judah and linger around Jerusalem and cause problems for the Romans. And when the Romans deport them, they don't deport everybody. Okay? They're just going to deport those who are around Jerusalem. So those who are living in Jerusalem proper and those who are living on the outskirts of Jerusalem, they get deported. Those who are living deeper into the tribal holdings of Judah, they don't get deported. They stay in Israel. And they remain there. Okay, cool. So I hope that explains that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, get back to the top here. Way up. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, is there warrant to believe that some members of the 10 tribes of Israel fled to Judah during the Assyrian conquest? Why Hezekiah expanded the walls, meaning all 12 tribes were taken to Babylon? Some of them would have fled to Judah. There's probably no doubt about that. But the Assyria swept through pretty fast. So not a lot of them got away. So there's some warrant for it, because there would have been some people who would have fled. There always are, but not en masse. All right. So anyway, next one here from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Which ancient Near Eastern nations were made up of city-states? All of them at some point. Now, the question is, we're talking here about the issue of nation formation. And a lot of nations will sort of both collect in from city-states and also dissolve into city-states. And this is sort of a recurrent thing. So it depends on what time you're talking about. Like, for example, the Mitanni Empire. It starts as a collection of city-states, becomes an empire under the Mitanni, and then when the Mitanni crumbles, first of all, when they surrender to the Hittites, and then after, when the Hittites lose control, Mitanni becomes, again, a group of city-states called the Arameans. Okay? And then the Arameans become eventually the kingdom of Aram, recollecting again. So this is just something that happens recurrently with cultures and societies. Some societies maintain their national cohesion better than others. The Levant, kind of in the middle there. It was until, say, the late Bronze Age, more or less a collection of city-states. The Hittites had their times when it was city-states as well. Say, during the Old Hittite period, it was city-states. In the Neo-Hittite period, it was city-states. We even find this in modern societies. Germany is a great example of this. You know, Germany before the 19th century was 200 city-states that became one unified Germany. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. How should we differentiate between teaching as a gift versus a skill? 1 Timothy 3:2. Oh, that's a great question. The fact is that teaching as, say, a spiritual gift is something that can be further developed as a skill. But what's the difference? What the difference here is that when it's a spiritual gift, it's something that you are unconsciously good at. it's the yeah, it's the ability that you're given. That's a natural aptitude. Okay? So it's a natural aptitude, as it were, instead of, say, something that you can develop. Now, we do know today that good teachers, you can develop teaching as a skill, and you can become a good teacher even if you have no natural aptitude for it. Okay? But it's really, really difficult to become a great teacher if you have no natural aptitude for it. And that's sort of the difference here. Is teaching as a gift is one where you have sort of an aptitude for it, and you've been given an aptitude for it through maybe the gifts of the Holy Spirit, or maybe the Holy Spirit just gave it to you as part of your, say, the natural abilities that he gave you at birth. It's possible too. But those are both gifts, okay? It's not necessarily a skill. Like there are some teachers that are just, even though they never took a teaching class in their life, they're very, very skilled at it. They do it intuitively well. Yeah, natural. That's Jack Ray have the natural aptitude to annoy people. Yeah, well, so do I. I also have the spiritual gifts of sarcasm and flippancy too. Yeah, so yeah, it's one of those things that if you have a natural gift for it, a natural aptitude for it, spiritual gift for it, you can develop it further. In fact, I would basically say don't rely on just your natural aptitude alone. Develop it. Develop it. So, and I think that's a lot of what we are seeing here when it talks about, say, men who are gifted in teaching. You know, these are people in the First Timothy example, is, you know, people who have developed that skill to be able to teach the Bible effectively and with power and grace. Okay? So that's where I would differentiate it, is one's natural aptitude and one's a skill you learn. But that's not to say that you can't take that natural aptitude and develop it further. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, hospitality, another great spiritual gift. People have a natural aptitude for it, but they also can develop it more. So almost all of these gifts can be developed in some way, even if you have natural aptitudes. The Spirit can give you a natural aptitude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're expected to develop it, is what my producer just said. So, yeah. Okay. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Please elaborate on your point that baptism and communion aren't solely symbolic acts. Okay. I take the communal version, in communio theory of communion. which is the idea where, and it extends from a biblical principle, where two or more are gathered, I am in their presence. Okay? So from that, when you have communion in communio, you are in the presence of other believers doing that act of the Eucharist. Okay? So, because you are two or more gathered together in Christ's name, and Christ's presence is there, even if it's not in the sacraments themselves, not transfigured or even consubstantiated, or transubstantiated or consubstantiated, Christ is still presence, is still in that act of doing the Eucharist. Okay? So this would place, say, communion as, say, more than just a symbol, but also does not carry with it all the metaphysical baggage of, say, consubstantiation or transubstantiation. So, and baptism here is something similar, where you have two or more people gathered in Christ's name as a public demonstration of a believer coming to faith. Christ is present among them. And because Christ is present among them, Christ is there in the Holy, by virtue of the Holy Spirit. And he's among them. And so then your baptism is then witnessed not only by the community of Christ, but by the presence of the Holy Spirit himself being present among the others. So I think that there's a lot of more work that sort of needs to be done on the incommunal view. But it is a view that I think has a very, very strong possibility of being correct. And I think it's one of those things that is, it's again, I think it's kind of a false dichotomy where it's you're either going full, the wine is blood, the bread is flesh view versus, say, oh, it's just a symbol. I think in this case, neither is 100% correct. There's a middle ground here that I think is a better solution to this issue. Okay? So, I hope that explains the view. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. 18 Ministers from 199. Thank you for the super chat. Monkfish and mac and cheese recipe. Okay. Now we're going to make everybody here hungry. Here's what I would do. Okay, cook your macaroni. Okay, make sure it's... I prefer mine a little al dente. My wife prefers it a little mushier. Okay, do the macaroni the way you like it. Okay. Now the monkfish. I would make a broth of wine, celery, carrots, and onion. Okay, so celery. Okay, and you fry up. First of all, you fry up the celery, celery, carrots, and onions, and then you fry it. Okay, you fry it till it just goes kind of limp. Okay, then you add your wine. If you have a little fish stock, that's okay too. You can do fish stock instead of wine. All right, but white wine would be what you'd prefer. And then you poach. You poach your monkfish in that. Okay? Delicately. Okay, so it comes out soft and delicate. Okay? And then you take out the monkfish. You can throw away the broth. The broth is not useful anymore. And you get this nice sort of flaky, beautiful, lobster-like consistency to the monkfish. Then you create your white sauce. Okay. So you want to start off with a little bit of butter, a little bit of butter, and some flour for thickening. Okay, and add some milk. So you now have got a white sauce, a bechamel. Okay, and then take it off the heat because you don't want to curdle your cheese. You then add your. I would go with a nice blend of cheeses. I would go with, say, brie and Emmental. I'm killing my producer here. So brie and Emmental, and that should get you with a really. Gruyere was good too. You could use Gruyere. Smoked Gouda is very nice, although it will overwhelm a brie. Okay, so if you want to go for a stronger, smokier flavor, go with a smoked Gouda or smoked Gruyere. If you wanted to have more of the subtlety of the flavors, don't use those smoked cheeses. And then once you've got a nice cheesy sauce, you want it to have a nice even consistency. Throw in your macaroni, mix it all up, and then add your monkfish. There you got it. Your monkfish and mac and cheese recipe. All right. Okay. And that's our episode of Dave's cooking show today. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $19.99. Thank you for that super chat. And yes, given the last stream, how should Christians react and treat wolves, false prophets, teachers like Benny Hinn, or those who attack the faith so people deconvert, like Bowen and Kip? Are we too tolerant and kind to them? They lead many to damnation. Yes, they do. Okay. This is... We're going to go back to a particular principle that Christ lays out here, because that's always helpful here. Christ goes, I wish you were innocent as doves, wise as serpents. Okay? We're good at being the innocent as doves. Okay? We're innocent as sheep. Kind of stupid like sheep, too. We're not wise like serpents. Okay? We need to be wise as serpents. These people who attack the faith, yes, there is a point. You should be kind to them. You should treat them with the love of Christ. But here's the thing. When we are so deferent to the wolf that we're serving up the sheep on a platter for them, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. We have to love the sheep as much, if not, with a greater love than necessarily the wolf. The wolf is there to destroy, to eat sheep. We have to be wise about these things. We're not wise as serpents. We're foolish as sheep, and it's showing. It's really, really showing. So, here's how we do this. Is, we still remain kind and good and loving to the unbeliever. That's within the mandate of Christianity. We also have to be wise. And we have to know what they're doing and not give them the opportunity to do it. You see, here's the thing. A lot of what masquerades as being kind and Christian behavior is really just enabling. It's really just enabling. It's enabling the wolf to do what wolves do. So, there is going to be a tension there. There's no doubt that there is going to be a tension there. But if you're giving them the leverage, if you're giving them the opportunity to eat more sheep, you're not being wise. And that's, I think, the difference. Is you can love them in Christ, you can try to convince them that they are in error, that they are wrong, that they're destroying themselves. But if you're also enabling them to eat sheep as you do that, you've missed the point. You're not wise. You're sinfully foolish. And I think when people don't look into these people as they sort of have these dialogues, all they're doing is ending up serving sheep on the platter. So I think we have to be smarter about this. We have to be smart about this. We have to be wiser about this. You know, and the Old Testament is very clear about this. You know, you see this often. You know, basically, the Old Testament is going to tell you to do things, you know, in wisdom that people today don't, Christians today wouldn't even consider. Like, for example, that whole do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest he seem wise in his own eyes. And then it goes, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he seem wise in his own eyes. Basically, first part of that is don't answer a fool in a way where he seems puffed up. Where you're dignifying his dumb question or a self-serving question with an answer that leverages his belief system. Followed by, well, don't answer him in a way that's respectful. I mean, that's really what that second part of that verse is saying is, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he seem wise, is basically ridicule the guy. That's what that proverb is advocating, is that you ridicule him. Make him look stupid according to what he has said. So that he doesn't think that, well, that was a smart question. I'm a real smart guy. Okay? So, it's still loving to do that. It's still loving to tell the fool they're a fool. That's not unloving. That's not unloving. That's revealing truth. That's revealing righteousness, is to tell a fool they're a fool. There's nothing unchristian about that. I remember I got a lot of heat, for example, off the Kennedy debate, because I revealed that Kennedy was a teacher of the Bible, and he didn't even know his own area of expertise. That wasn't unkind. That was revealing the truth. Yes. Dark Blade. Is Kent Hovind a wolf? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, he's a wolf. Yeah. He's predating on Christian stupidity. And it's not just young earth creationism that causes me to say that, because I don't care about young earth creationism. But he sets up a theme park in the middle of nowhere, doesn't care about the safety of his visitors, uses essentially slave labor. Yeah, my mic is beat. Because I'm getting too close to it. Okay, but he's and I'm basically getting really emotional here. That's why it's peaking. So, but absolutely, he is a wolf. He evades his tax. He's a tax evader. He's, oh boy, him and his multiple wives escapades. Wow. He's only been legally married once. The other three are just revolving wives. Yeah, it's a dubious legal position. Yeah. 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 So, yeah, he's definitely a wolf. He's definitely fleecing the flock. He's not providing good teaching for his followers. Okay, so with that said, thank you very much for the super chat and the follow-up question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Questions. Way up. Still getting through 18 ministries questions here. Almost through with them, I think. Okay. Covered the wolves. And 18 ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Is Anthony okay? Anthony's having a little lie down. I don't think he's going to be getting up anytime soon. He's very tired. He's sleeping. We'll leave it at that. Okay. 18 Ministries here is referring to an inside joke, and we'll just leave it on the inside joke, okay? He's having a little lie down. Okay, next one here. 18 Ministries for 199. Did Joseph replace the current vizier? Probably. Viziers could be replaced at any time. They weren't lifetime positions. Okay, so it is conceivable that Joseph did replace the current vizier, and it is conceivable that he himself had what was at one point replaced as vizier. Viziers are not lifetime positions. They could be if he's a really good and competent vizier. It is possible for a vizier to spend the rest of his natural life as vizier. It's always going to be at the suffrage of the king. Suffrage of the king is going to determine how long you last as vizier. But if you were replaced, you were replaced. If someone else replaced you, well, that's just the way the job worked. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. AT Ministers for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Explain human sacrifice in Egypt. Okay. Human sacrifice in Egypt is a very controversial subject. There is the instances of human sacrifice in Egypt have, let's just say, been slowly discounted as scholarship has grown around the subject. In the case of, say, there used to be identified two sources of human sacrifice in Egypt. One of which has now been completely discredited, or pretty much discredited, which is the idea that the kings of Dynasty 1 and 2 sacrificed their officials and buried them around their mastodons. Now we know that's not true. That those were not human sacrifices, but normal burials. Okay? So that leaves only one form of human sacrifice left in Egypt, which was the sacrificing of some prisoners underneath the foundations of temples. With that one there, we only have a very, very thin amount of evidence. We only really have one skeleton that suggests this, which was found under the Temple of Mut at Karnak, where when they were digging up the floor, they found a skeleton that had its arms and legs tied behind its back. Okay. So it seems that human sacrifice in Egypt was very rare. It was very rare. The only time we do seem to find it is, say, when there's been some captives taken, and there's a sacrifice that's done prior to the construction of a temple. That's about the only time we can even make it now a sort of a reasonable concept anymore. Okay, so very rare at best. Any other things that we would find that would have been in the past called human sacrifice is now pretty much been discredited. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I guess the last vestige of human sacrifice I would say would be that those temple sacrifices, and that's about it. But we're really not even sure about those, to be honest. Okay, super chat here is from Johnny Moe. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of Jordan Peterson's view of Christianity and the Bible? Not terribly impressed. Now, I think Peterson, and I'm actually working on a video right now about Peterson, so I don't want to give away too much. I haven't yet ever talked about Jordan Peterson because I don't think his view is very important or even interesting. He sort of starts going into this Jungian ramble, and then you kind of get sort of lost in a mishmash of words. It becomes word toss salad. So, there's not a lot that I can really comment. I think the whole idea of the mythological constructs of his view of Christianity is problematic in some ways. The whole idea of the Bible is God intruding into history. So that would be more than just, say, just a mythological, psychological construct. But he also, his views are not just, say Jungian or Campbellian. They're also, there's also a praxis involved with them that is deeply, deeply resonating at the moment. And I think that's actually more interesting. I think his praxis, his view of how do you say this? Nominal Christian practice. Probably a good way of putting it. Nominal Christian practice, I think, is much more interesting. Because it's meeting a current need in the culture at the moment. One that's not being expressed through traditional Christianity, but should be. So in many ways, Jordan Peterson has become a pseudo-religion. Not a true religion, but a pseudo-religion. That is sort of has a parasitical relationship to Christianity. Oh. Well, I think he, yeah, I think he is developing a much more real and personal relationship to Christianity and Bible, but he's still a long ways off. Yeah, his wife and daughter, I think, are much closer to being real Christians than he is. But it's definitely a pseudo religion that's developed a parasitical relationship to Christianity. And again, it's because of, in many ways, Christianity has sort of backed out. So it's created a vacuum that Peterson is just filling. So that's sort of my view on Peterson as a whole. I think yeah, but I have big problems with the Roman Stoics too. Okay. So, and Haystack comments here. He is the equivalent of a Roman Stoic in the time of Christianity. Yeah, and the Stoics were a problem also. So we can't just Biblical exegetes. Peterson favors Russian Orthodoxy. He looks down on Protestants because of all the wokeness in America. Well, I look down on Russian Orthodoxy. Not because they're Orthodox. Okay. I have a different reason for looking down on Russian Orthodoxy. Okay. That whole supporting the war thing, I think is just, yeah, it's just not not doing it for me. I'm sorry. I mean, I think Orthodoxy is fine. Okay, but biblical exegete, me too, because of the war. Yeah, it's exactly because of the war. Yeah, that was shameful, completely and utterly shameful. Bonbon, what about other Orthodox churches? It depends. Okay, like all churches, mileage will vary. So, like, I'll this is my general statement on churches in general. Is as long as they are Orthodox Christianity, a little Orthodox, not big O. And a big O Orthodox church can be a little Orthodox. I think they're perfectly fine. They're perfectly fine. They're within the realm of the historic Christian faith. They are, they can lead to good discipleship, but again, shop around, find one that is vibrant and alive. So there's, it's not exactly, it's again, I'd use the same words of caution when you go to, say, an evangelical church, which is, yeah, mileage will vary on an evangelical church. Some are very good. Some are darn right heretical. So I would basically say that if you find a good one, it can be very good. Very, very good. But I'd also say the same thing, too, of a Roman Catholic church. Even though I as a outsider to Roman Catholicism, could never become Catholic myself because of all the baggage they expect me to take on. But I know of individual Roman Catholic churches that are excellent, absolutely excellent. That they teach, they worship, they give glory to God. They are, they're stellar churches. Stellar. So, again, mileage will vary. Use your discernment to see if it's right for you. There's nothing I would say that's inherently wrong. The one thing I will caution you about with Orthodox churches, though, I will caution you on this, is they will sometimes sell you a bill of goods they don't really understand. Okay, so this is my only caution with an Orthodox church. Is sometimes they'll say, well, this is the tradition of Orthodoxy. And then you start looking into it, and it ain't so traditional. Okay? They don't understand where some of their dogmas come from. And some of it is not as traditional as they let on. So just keep that in mind. Have your blinders half open. Have your eyes half open when you go into an Orthodox church. But then again, I would encourage you to do this with any church. Andreas Forster, yeah. Great summary. I'm a Catholic, but I only agree with about 2/3 of the Catholic theology. That's great summary. Absolutely. I think that's a wise thing to do. You know, in my particular church, I'm kind of in that boat where I agree with about 3/4 of the theology. I actually agree with less of the orthopraxis than the orthodoxy. Because I know where all this stuff comes from. So again, keep your eyes half open. Don't drink all the Kool-Aid. Okay? Just understand that if you're thinking about in biblical terms, it's probably going to be impossible with you to agree with everything. But Just because you don't agree with anything, don't let that stop you from joining an excellent church. As I said, there are some excellent, excellent churches out there. And they're excellent Catholic churches. There's excellent Eastern Orthodox churches. There's excellent non-denominational churches. There's excellent Protestant churches. There's excellent evangelical churches. So, as long as it's historically Christian, part of the historic Christian faith, hey, go for it. You know, let us know how it turns out for you too. We also like to know how you do if you are going through a church search. Okay. All right. Back to our super chats here. Okay. Alrighty. Andreas Forster, for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. If I remember correctly, you don't agree with the documentary hypothesis, right? Right. If so, why? What framework does biblical maximalism use? Okay, biblical maximalism doesn't actually is not actually related to the question of the documentary hypothesis. The documentary hypothesis is more along how did we ask the question, how did we get the Torah? Okay, the Pentateuch, the 5 books of the Pentateuch. Now, I have several reasons for not liking the documentary hypothesis. I myself subscribe to a more conservative version of the supplementary hypothesis, which is I think that there were core documents written by Moses at the time of Moses that were gathered together and edited to form what we have as the Torah today. Okay, so that's my view. I'm a believer in the supplementary hypothesis, and for me, I believe that there are core documents that go all the way back to Moses himself. Okay. The documentary hypothesis rejects that. Okay. It outright in every form rejects that Moses wrote these documents. Okay. I've never encountered somebody who holds to the documentary hypothesis when you push them will say that Moses wrote the documents. They'll say that, well, it was an oral telling. You get this a lot. These are oral documents. These are oral documents that are then committed to parchment around 950 BC, the beginning of the kingdom period. Okay? So, within the documentary hypothesis, they will then take various aspects of the literature to try to pull out various schools of redaction. So this is where you get the J, E, P, and D schools. Your Yahwist, your Deuteronomist, your Elohist, and your priestly schools. Okay? And one of the reasons I reject the documentary hypothesis is it has to do that in violation of the virtuosity of the text. So they would take, if you were having any other text, they would take things such as duplication and say, oh, this is an element of redaction. You got two texts being merged together, and that's why there's a reduplication. But that's not the only reason why there's a reduplication. They're going to do so for rhetorical means. Storytelling, yeah. There's also Like, for example, like contradiction. They'll say if there's two things that are contradictory or appear contradictory, they won't look at it as, say, okay, here's two aspects of the same coin. No, they'll just say it's two opposing coins. So, like, for example, if you had, like, for example, in that Proverbs we would discuss earlier, like, answer a fool, do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest he seems wise in his own eyes, and answer a fool according to his folly, lest he seem wise in his own eyes. They would say that, well, this is a contradiction. Two writers, two schools. No, it's a contradiction as a rhetorical device. It's a literary device. So I think a lot of the documentary hypothesis really just butchers the text. It doesn't add insight. It doesn't actually tell you how the text is ultimately formed, because nobody can agree on what schools are applied to what texts. And this is really interesting when you go look at, like, Wellhausen, von Rad, Baden. All these various proponents of the documentary hypothesis are all proposing different schools for the same texts. Look, I mean, if everyone agrees that, I mean, look, even those who hold to the supplementary hypothesis will agree that there's been changes to the text. We all agree on that. Everyone agrees on that. That's not the issue. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Bon says here, and I like this. So many papers written on the topic and nothing. Yeah, nothing has resulted from this. It hasn't provided a single piece of good exegesis. I mean, you'll see it, like, peppered in commentaries. Oh yeah, we here have in this text, like P or D. But what does that tell you? What does that actually tell you about the text? Nothing. Sod all. It doesn't bring out any clarity in meaning. It doesn't bring out any. It's worthless. It's a worthless hypothesis. It doesn't explain anything except basically a theoretical origin of where these texts might, and I say might, have come from. And that's the extent of it. So I think it does violence to the text. I think, and the literary virtuosity of the authors. It doesn't really explain the origins. It does. It's a nothing, big nothing. Now, I think it is possible that you could be a Christian and, still hold to the documentary hypothesis. I don't deny that. I think there have been people who are Christians that hold to the documentary hypothesis. I mean, I think Julius Wellhausen was a Christian, believe it or not. Julius Wellhausen was not an unbeliever. The guy who came up with the documentary hypothesis, he was a believer. He was a pastor. He was a Lutheran pastor. He really believed that the documentary hypothesis would basically cause, pastors to become better pastors by explaining the text to them. What it didn't do that, though. He found, one of the things that he found was his students were washing out. They were deconverting. And they were leaving the ministry and left and right, and he ultimately resigned. Wellhausen resigned his post because he saw his tenure as a professor of to teach pastors to be an abject failure. Probably a good idea. So, at least Wellhausen was responsible enough to understand that. But it did leave us with this sort of pig in a poke. Yeah, it is. It is. My producer says it's very hard to make a new discovery, especially one that's attempting to be as wide sweeping, as comprehensive as the documentary hypothesis. It's essentially trying to propose the grand unified theory of the Torah, the Pentateuch. That's essentially what it is. It's the biblical studies version of the grand unified theory. So, well, it's based upon theoretical constructs that are really sort of empty. It is ridiculous. But anyway, that's why I don't believe in the documentary hypothesis. I believe in a supplementary hypothesis. I do think that the Torah was, supplemented. I do believe it was edited in places, even redacted in some places, especially for grammar. Not for content, but for grammar. Grammar and spelling and that sort of thing. Okay, so I do believe that there were some, let's just say, light editing that was done. But I also have a very conservative view on the original documents, too. So, okay. On to the next one here. This one here is from Mama for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Bubble Machine's questions. Can you name all the big bad wolves of the Christian world? I'm asking because I want to remember which people to tell my friends not to listen to despite popular belief. Oh, there's too many. There's too many. There's just too many wolves out there to name them all. In California alone, there are 5,000 false Christs running around. 5,000. 5,000 people who claim to be Jesus Christ. Just in California. Not Florida, California. Okay? So you can't name them all. You can't name them all, but there's a lot of them. You got, here's how we would sort of break down sort of the wolves of Christianity. You have the ones that are sort of trying to change it from the inside to eat sheep. You have those who are on the outside who are also trying to bring followers to themselves. And then you just have those who are just trying to profit off of it. Okay? Like, for example, you have the health and wealth gospel guys. Guys like Benny Hinn, Creflo Dollar, Kenneth Copeland, Ken Hagee, Joel Osteen. You got those guys, okay? You then have those who are, say, on the outside, the cult leaders that are trying to bring people, disaffected Christians, into their cults. Okay? And there's a lot of them, too. L. Ron Hubbard. These are deceased now, but your big, say, new religious movements like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witnesses. They have their own sort of wolves that are attached to them. You also have some of those too that are, say, on the outside and are just trying to profit off of it, like your David Rolls. Okay, David Roll is an agnostic. He's an out and out agnostic, but he often receives funding from Christians to come to their church, to do seminars, to teach them his views. Okay? Ron Wyatt I'd put in that category. And his successors. And he does have, like Richard Reeves. Okay? Those people who sort of follow after Wyatt's footsteps. And there's a bunch of them. Wyatt was not alone in his escapades. A whole lot of, I think the Garretts were part of it. There's a lot of them. So, he was by no means alone. And in many ways, we are still reaping the consequences of their malfeasance. So now the best what I basically always recommend to people is don't waste your time trying to keep track of all these people. There's too many of them. Basically learn real Christianity. Learn real Christianity, learn the good evidence, you know, become thoroughly knowledgeable about the Bible. And then you don't have to worry about a counterfeit. Learn the genuine article. If you know the genuine article, you won't ever be fooled by a counterfeit. So that's basically where I stand on this. Is I don't bother keeping track of all the big names. There's some big names out there, but I also think that there's a lot that have just sort of slipped in under the radar. The David Rolls has slipped under the radar. The Ron Wyatts have slipped in under the radar. Benny Hinn should never have slipped under the radar, but somehow he has. Joel Osteen slips in under the radar. So, Ten Devin says he was going to tell that bank teller anecdote. No, I'm not going to tell it this time. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. But yeah, know the genuine. Know the genuine really well, and then nobody can ever take you on a ride. BC for $5 Australian. Reverse card. Somebody's a Uno player. Dr. Falk gets to ask us the question. Well, if I ever ask the question, I'd probably put it up on a poll here. And sometimes we do polls. So if I ever pronounce Uno, well, I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't know how. But so I don't have a question for you guys. At least not at the moment. Please don't do math. I don't know. I think I'd give him a double derivative. Let's see how many real geniuses. I think Tim Miara may be the only one who could answer that one. Give him a double derivative with a Jacobian attached. Good times. I don't know. Everyone's saying, no math, no math, no math. Bon, Dr. Falk, can you answer a double derivative? Yes, I can. But it takes me a lot of time. Okay, next one. Here. Oops. Next one here is from Mama. For $10, thank you for the super chat. Are the sons of Korah, as mentioned in Psalm 42's beginning and many others, likely descendants of Korah of the rebellion against Moses in number 16? If so, opine on them keeping that name alive. All right, let's take a look at that. Psalm 42 has some very interesting idiosyncrasies to it. Okay. Now, this is actually the title. So, basically for the choir director, a maskil of the sons of Korah. A maskil is a psalm set to music. As the deer pants for the water brook, so my soul pants for thee, O God. Okay. So, are these the descendants of Korah of the rebellion against Moses. Okay. No. We're going to get to that, okay? There's 2 Korahs. And this is one of those things that we have to keep in mind here. There's not just one Korah, and there's not one Ephraim. There's many. So we have. I already answered that. Yes. I can answer a double derivative. Okay, so you got a son of Korah, but this is not the same Korah. Now, when you look at the lineage of Kohath, the Levites, and you have to actually, to do this, you have to go back to Exodus chapter 6. Okay. Here. Easier to search it. Yeah, it is 6. Exodus 6. Okay. Now, the sons of Merari, Mahali, and Mushi, these are the families of Levites according to the generations. And Amram married his father Jochebed, and she bore Aaron, Moses, and the length of Amram's years was 137 years. And the sons of Issachar, Korah, Nepheg, Zechri. Exodus 6:21. Okay. Now, who is Issachar? If we go back to Issachar, Issachar is okay. So, it's the son of Kohath. Now, Kohath was born outside of Egypt. He is one of the sons of Levi. So Issachar is the 2nd generation, and Korah is generation number 3. Okay, so Korah is the 2nd generation born in Israel, or sorry, in Egypt. Okay, so this is the original Korah right here in Exodus 6:21. Okay. Now, one of the things we kind of have to keep in mind is what we're dealing with here in Exodus 6 is an abbreviated genealogy. It's an abbreviated genealogy. So, what we have here is that these generations are not complete. We're not being told of every intermediary in this genealogy. So we get to Korah here, okay? And verse 24. So verse 24, we also have Korah mentioned again. And the sons of Korah, Asir and Elkanah and Abiasaph, these are the families of the Korahites. Now, families here is clans. Okay? So, the sons of Korah are Asa and Elkanah and Abiasaph, and are the families of the Korahites. Okay, so these are the clans. Now, the clan is 4 generations. So now we're talking here about 5 generations. Okay? So Asir, Elkanah, and Abiasaph are basically the T-4 generations from the Exodus. Korah is T-5 generations from the Exodus. 5 generations to the Exodus. This Korah's probably not alive at the time. He's just probably not alive anymore. He's dead. So, what we got then is that the Korah that we have happening in number 16 is the clan, or the not the clan, the clan chief. He's the clan chief. He's the chief of the Korahite clan. Okay? And he's named after the original progenitor, Korah. So then we get to Psalm 42, and this is the maskil of the sons of Korah. It's talking about here not the sons of that Korah in number 16, but the sons of this Korah in Exodus 6:21, a Korah that would have been dead at the time of the Exodus. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Not the same Korah. I've said this before, and it's worth saying again. We have a problem in Western literature. This is a Western problem. And unfortunately, it's a bit, and this is not directly Heiser's fault, but he has exacerbated it. Okay? Heiser has basically said, you should read the Bible like a novel, like a story. And he's got a point there that's absolutely accurate and absolutely true. But the problem is, we import a lot of assumptions when we talk about stories in Western literature. One of those assumptions is one character, one name. It's true of almost every story you're going to read in Western literature. It's not true, say, in Russian literature or Eastern literature. But it's true in Western literature that we never have the same name shared in a story. You know? So even a large novel, massive series of novels, you use different names for every character because it helps the reader keep things straight. That's not true, though, of historical writing. In historical writing, names repeat, which is why there's 24 Jesuses in Josephus. So, in historical writing, you have to accept that when you encounter a name, it has to be in a certain historical context. Otherwise, that historical context will basically be pointing to a different person of the same name. Why we have 11 Ramses, 2 Jeroboams, 7 Marys, a half dozen Josephs, just in the biblical texts. So when we come here to Korah, it's the same deal. The same deal. You got a Korah of Exodus 6 who is deceased by the time of the Exodus. You have a clan chief also named Korah who dies during the wandering in number 16. And the relatives of the descendants of the sons of Korah in Psalm 42 are related to the one in Exodus 6, not the ones in number 16. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated, and it's a great question. Okay, JP for $2. Thoughts on the Gavin Trent slave debate? Okay, now, interesting development has happened since I was last asked this question, which was, I said a few weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, that what was going to end up happening was that Kip and Bowen and Derek from Myth Vision were going to go onto a channel and start whining for 2 hours that Gavin and Trent did not answer their main objections. That's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. They basically tried to reframe the debate. So essentially, this has turned out exactly how I thought it would, which was, they used their debate with Gavin and Trent to end up mocking them, essentially. Yeah. Josh and Kip didn't bring up any points or their salient objections. Kip basically sat there like Josh's basically emotional support animal. And really, there was really no forward movement in this conversation. Kip and Josh was not going to advance it. Josh was rambling all over the place and throwing Kip under the bus at the earliest opportunity he could. Yeah, there was really nothing there to debate. There's a lot of argument over what is chattel slavery, things that really had no relevance to the debate as a whole. Their central premise that the Bible endorses slavery was never broached. Never broached. So basically all this was a foil for Kip setting Gavin and Trent up to be mocked later. This is why when we have to say we have to start being wise as serpents. Because what we've done here is we've just, again, I think the only thing that's come out of this debate is that Gavin and Trent unwittingly served more sheep to the wolves. That's all that's... Yeah. My producer just said we have to stop basting the sheep for the wolves to fry. But I think that's what's come out of this, essentially, is none of this was unexpected. It was all predicted. He was warned. And, they decided to plod on ahead anyway. Because they're going to show how kind and Christian they are in this really sort of light-toned, butter won't melt in your mouth kind of Christian dialogue that everybody loves each other and we'll all sing Kumbaya at the end and give each other big hugs. Yeah. We have to stop being dupes for shameful tactics like this. I mean, yeah, my producer says, stop facilitating evil. Stop facilitating evil. It's not like these guys don't do this. They've always done this. It's always been their tactics. It's the same old stuff over and over again. And you would think that Christians would eventually learn, but they don't. It's terrifying naivety. It's terrifying naivety. Sinful naivety. My producer says, stop expecting non-Christians to behave like Christians. The problem is, I wish Christians would stop behaving like non-Christians too. Okay, so next one here from Mike JSB for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How would you explain the appearance of Isser, and it's Ishar, by the way, in the topographical lists of Seti I, listed between Kadesh and Megiddo? Okay. And often interpreted as Asher. Okay, and first of all, when we talk about, say, the topographical lists, these are place names usually of villages, normally. Occasionally, very rarely, they can be tribal groups encountered, but they're generally small, isolated pockets of people. Okay? So, the other thing is that we do know that the names used in, say, the biblical accounts were reused many, many, many times. Okay? So, just because if Asher appears in, say, a topographical... I think this is a huge mistake that people make. I think people make this mistake all the freaking time. when it comes to the biblical texts. That they see like a redaction, for example. They think it's a redaction. Like, for example, somebody will see a mention of Asher or Dan. Dan's probably the bigger example of this. And then they just assume there's an assumption made here. And this is very true of the Dan of say Genesis 14. Now, we'll explain what it really is in a moment, but you see this assumption being made when it comes to the biblical text. They'll look at, say, Abraham followed the Mesopotamians past Dan, past Damascus up to Hobah. They'll say, oh, well, Dan is a name of one of the sons of Jacob. This has to be a later redaction. It can't have happened before. This name has to be absolutely unique because we find it in the Bible. And because it's absolutely unique and we find it in the Bible, it has to have been a later addition to the text. No. No, that's not how this works. Okay? And I've seen this stupidity a number of times. So it sort of bugs me. It really bugs me. Like, for example, in the case of Dan, it's not the one that's past Damascus is not Dan, it's Danu, and it has been mentioned previously in the Amarna texts. So, but we also find too, like Jacob. Jacob is not unique to the patriarch Jacob. There were many Jacobs before Jacob. Lots of them. Like, for example, we find scarabs of Yakub Har. Horus is my Jacob, or my helper. Okay, that's where it comes from. Jacob was a super common name prior to the biblical Jacob. So, it shouldn't surprise us that Asher is also used prior to the biblical Asher. This shouldn't surprise us one bit. People don't do original names. People recycle names all the time. I know it's going to shock my audience, but I am not the first David. I know that's going to be a terrible shock to everyone here. But I am not the first David. My parents were terribly unoriginal when they named me. You know what? This is a family name, too. That doesn't help. But it's very unoriginal. You know what? People in the past were also unoriginal with how they named people. It really is. They are. And the patriarchs of say, the Book of Genesis were also unoriginal when they named their kids. Really, really unoriginal. Benjamin. That's a derivative name. Son of Yamin. Alexis, Sir David, the 3,519,728. Yeah. Yeah. Abimelech. There's like 21 Abimelechs attested outside of the scriptures. 21 of them. It was an incredibly common name. Hey, Stack. No, Cain. No, I'm Cain and totally different. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the problem here. Is what we're dealing with here is that, just because we find it in a precedence in maybe a place name who's named after another person doesn't mean it's not, you know, we won't find it in the Bible, because people reuse names all the time. Even in the Bible, they use names. Abram is not an original name. Sorry to break it to you guys. It just isn't. Yeah, people are incredibly unoriginal about their names. Darkblade says England had 9 kings named Edward from the 9th to 16th century. Yeah. How many Johns are running around? How many Peters are running around? It's just, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. So, yeah, California's full of Jesuses. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but there's just, it's just one of those things you gotta accept. Names are not original. They weren't original today, and they weren't original back then. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you had a lot of there was a time when people were striving for unoriginal names, for original names, and it got weird. I think Elon Musk called his son X. Really? Yeah, I mean, you got names like Fire Hydrant and an emergency broadcast or something like that. It's just like, oh my gosh, it's like, yeah, it gets crazy sometimes. I mean, how but there's a perfectly good pragmatic reason why names aren't original. It's because they're commonly accepted as names. So the fact that that Asher appears in a topographical list prior to, say, the writing of the book of Genesis would be totally expected. We would expect this. Just like we find lots of scarabs from Jacob, which are not tied to the Jacob of the Bible. Reuse names. Find them everywhere. If you ever go looking through the Amarna letters, you do see a lot of Semitic names. Okay. We even find, like, for example, like Shifra, one of the 2 midwives, Shifra and Pua. Their names are mentioned in a Middle Kingdom slave list. So even they are using recycled names. So, I mean, everyone did. Everyone does. Very few names are completely original. Very, very few. And it's not a good thing when they are original. Just saying. Okay, next one here. From Jack Ray. Thank you for 20 Egypt and the Bible memberships. We really appreciate your support of the channel. It helps us out incredibly. Mama also gave 5 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. So thank you very much, Mama, for your support of the channel. It helps us, keeps the light on and food on our table. That allows us to continue to make videos and to write and to do this channel. We very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Okay, next super chat here is from Mr. Warlight for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Hebrews first states how Jesus can't be an angel because he's superior to the angels. This letter may be addressed to the Judeo-Christian sect, original sect, which held Jesus to be an angel, like the ascension of Isaiah. Okay, this is not a question, this is a comment. I can respond a little to the comment. There does seem to have been a Judeo-Christian sect early on that was having difficulties with Jesus's place in, say, the order of Judaism, right? Which is why you had the book of Hebrews written. like for example, you do have in the book of Hebrews where it talks about Jesus is better than an angel. Jesus is better than Moses. Jesus is better than the temple and the Ark of the Covenant. Jesus is better than all the heroes of the faith. It's all Jesus. And that's half the message of Hebrews. In fact, if you were to summarize Hebrews, it comes down to two themes. There's two themes in the book of Hebrews. And the first theme in Hebrews is Jesus is better than anything. Okay. Fill in the blank. Jesus is better than X. Okay. The other theme of Hebrews is warning against apostasy. Now, it's a very, very strange sort of intermix there, but it kind of makes a sort of sense if you think about it, which is that whole idea that, you know, Jesus is better than everything, but if you fall away from Jesus, yeah, that's not a good thing. It's going to end real badly for you. So it makes a certain sense to put those two themes together. So, fun fact, many countries have laws restricting what names parents can and cannot give their kids. Yeah, that's true. So anyway, that seems to be the whole structure of Hebrews, is you got those two themes running through it, that Jesus is better than X. So Jesus is God incarnate. And if you don't stay the path of the Christian faith, there's nothing but outer darkness waiting for you. Oh yeah, Michael Watts says Hebrews has some very scary verses. Oh yeah, people ask me sometimes, what book of the Bible scares you the most? And I always say Hebrews. Yeah, yeah. That Hebrews is a scary book if you understand it. Then people tell me, "Oh, I'm not afraid of Hebrews," and then you don't understand it. If you understand Hebrews, wow, it is a scary book. I sometimes relate it this way. Romans is the carrot, Hebrews is the stick. Hebrews is a terrifying book if you understand it. Well, it's like this, Bonbon. You know, Bonbon asks why. Jesus says, why scared? Okay. In some ways, if I don't know if you're familiar with this yet, Bonbon, but there's a parable called the sower and the seed. And where Jesus talks about a sower that goes out and throws out seed on a plot of land. Some seed falls onto rocky ground, springs up, and then dies quickly. Some seed is eaten by the birds. Some seed grows into a fully plant and reproduces tenfold. Okay? Scarier than Revelation? Oh yeah, much scarier than Revelation. Much, much scarier than Revelation. Revelation is God wins. God wins in the end. Yeah, Revelation is not a scary book. Yeah. Yeah. Revelation is bad guys will get it in the end. God will be just. Justice will be served. And God will come for his people. Revelation is not a scary book. Hebrews is a scary book. The reason why Hebrews is such a scary book is it talks about several forms of apostasy that can happen, that can creep in unnoticed, like the sower and the seed. Like the sower and seed. It says, you know, seed sometimes falls on rocky ground, and the birds pick it up so they never hear the gospel and are never receive Jesus. Sometimes that seed falls on between thorns and thistles, and people accept the gospel quickly and then are choked out by the cares of this world. So they basically fall into regress and fall out of the faith. Some will basically, accept the gospel gladly, but don't grow. And when they don't grow, they start to resent the gospel. These are your apostates. So you can think of kind of Hebrews as this massive commentary on the sower and the seeds. So you get descriptions in the book of Hebrews of people who don't attend to their faith. And they're described like this, like a ring on a finger that just slips off, unnoticed. Well, mine's on a chain right now. Yeah. Well, this is why I keep my wedding ring on a chain, by the way, because it can slip off and fall off. Okay? But it can fall off unnoticed. Another example that Hebrews uses is some people's faith are like a ship set adrift. It's not going anywhere, not developing, and sooner or later it's going to wreck on the shores. The scariest one is probably Hebrews chapter 6, where it talks about people who have... let me just read this, because I think it's worth reading. All right. I'm going to pull up here Hebrews chapter 6, and we'll read this, because this is one of the most terrifying passages in Hebrews. All right. All right, we'll read it from verse 1 here. Therefore, leaving the elementary teaching about the Christ, let us press on to maturity, not laying again a foundation of repentance from the dead works and of faith towards God. So he's basically saying we're going to move on. Of washing, instructions about washings, that's baptisms, laying on of hands, and the resurrection of the dead, and eternal judgment. And this we shall do if God permits. They're saying, okay, we still got one more thing we need to talk about here. He's got actually two more things, but for in the case of those, and this is verse 4 here, this is where things get frightening. For in the case of those who have once been enlightened and have tasted of the heavenly gift and have been made partakers of the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away, it is impossible to renew them again to repentance, since they again crucify themselves to Christ, the Son of God, and put him to open shame. Now, scary bit here is, yeah, Hebrews 10 is pretty scary too, Micah, but listen to the description here super closely. In case of those who have once been enlightened. Okay, they've been enlightened. They've been enlightened to the truth of the faith. They have tasted of the heavenly gift. They've gotten some experience with the Holy Spirit and been made partakers of the Holy Spirit. So they have gotten a taste of the experience of the Holy Spirit. They have tasted the good word of God. Now, this word here, taste, is very nuanced. It's wine tasting. It's wine tasting symbolism. In a wine tasting culture, and that's where they're coming from here. In a wine tasting culture, when you taste wine, you don't swallow. You taste it, and then you spit it out. Tasting does not imply swallowing. So what we have here is they have tasted the good word of God. They didn't swallow. And the powers of the age that is to come. And then fallen away. Now, if you would ask any evangelical, what does it take to be a Christian? Boy, this is one heck of a great description of an evangelical definition of a Christian. They've been enlightened. They've tasted the Holy Spirit. They've been filled with the Spirit. They have tasted the good word of God and the power of spiritual gifts of the ages to come. But they fall away. And why is it impossible to renew them again to repentance? Verse 6, since again crucify themselves to Christ and put him to open shame. It's the open shame that's the issue here. The renewal of repentance here becomes a source of mockery for them. So, if you don't attend to your faith, is what Hebrews is driving at here. Yeah, Mama says, once salt has lost its saltiness, what good is it? Exactly. Exactly. So, Michael Watts, yeah, Hebrews makes you dependent on mercy of God, but it also places on you an incumbent responsibility to grow in your faith. So, yes, it makes you dependent upon the mercy of God, but it also puts on you the responsibility of having to grow in the faith. Don't just stay stagnant. If you're stagnant in the faith, you're actually declining in the faith. So you always want to be... Yeah. I mean, we've encountered this many times, as my producer just said, of Christians who became Christians as an 8-year-old, and their understanding of Christianity has not grown since they were 8. That's regress. You're either progressing in the faith or you're regressing. There's no standing still in it. The Bubble Machine says, feels like the book of Hebrews enforces the idea you should love and fear the Lord. Yeah. Yeah, funny that. But yeah, that's it.
And the Lord is not being so afraid. It is.
Mama says, so no sticking your fire insurance policy in the pocket and then living as if nothing else has changed. Exactly. Yeah. Wait. Mr. Warlight said, apparently Jesus was wrong in his parable about the prodigal son, according to that author. No. No. Then you misunderstand the prodigal son. The prodigal son is not like that. This is not talking... That's a confusion of the prodigal son. Okay? The prodigal son is not about some guy who goes out and turns away from the faith and then comes back. It's not talking about that. Prodigal son is about Gentiles. It's about Gentiles. It's about Jews and Gentiles. Israelites and the nations. That's what the prodigal son is about. Prodigal son is not about somebody who apostatized and came back. That's not the prodigal son. The prodigal son is all about Gentiles, basically, who went out away from God, the Father, and then came back, who spent it all on worldly living and then came back. It's not about apostasy. Okay? So, it's not that Jesus was wrong here. You're misunderstanding the parable. Okay? So let's just be clear about that. Okay, so I think we covered that question pretty well. So let's go on to the... We're getting close to the end of the super chats here, so let's get to the end here. Okay, so we covered Mr. Warlight's passage here on Hebrews. Next one here is from EVA Productions for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What symbolism did the plagues represent? Okay. Mr. Warlight, I'll take that one back to EVA here. Is Hebrews not also referring to believers? It is referring to believers. The fact is, though, that in the case of, say, the prodigal son is not referring to, say, individual believers, but entire nations. So it's not the same. It's apples and oranges. Okay, but Hebrews is referring to believers. So you do have those who are basically, Hebrews is trying to keep people on the path. Okay, those who are already on the path of following Christ is trying to keep you on the path, keeping you within the amnesty of Jesus Christ. It's not in a sense trying to take those who are already apostatizing and already ridiculing the faith and trying to bring them back. That's not the purpose of it's not the purpose of Hebrews is not to sway non-believers. It's to keep you on the straight and narrow. So I hope that explains it, and I hope that makes it clearer for you. Okay, next back to EVA's question here. On what symbolism did the plagues represent? It doesn't. Okay. It's symbolism is actually the wrong approach to talking about the plagues. When we talk about how the plagues were viewed within, say, a Egyptian framework, for example, the Egyptians are going to view this as more of along the lines of, how does our culture remain stable? So for them, the symbol of the plagues is not so the meaning of the plagues, not the symbol, the meaning. The meaning of the plagues in an Egyptian point of view is not that any one plague is attacking a symbol, but that the plagues as a whole represent that the whole order of Egyptian society is being turned on its head. That's what it means in a nutshell. Okay? So, these plagues manifest at times when there's an extreme disorder in the society. So, that is just going to be one of those things that we just have to take in mind when we come to the various sort of plagues, and any attempt to interpret it is you just can't do it that way. It's not how these were written. It's not how they are going to be received in Egyptian culture. It's all going to be, well, okay, society is in order because of bad leadership. So that's what these plagues are really going to represent ultimately, is the world's turning upside down because you refuse to let the Israelites go. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama for $5. Okay, I'll actually, before we do that, we'll take that one from Darkblade there. Darkblade asks, do you think the river actually became blood or acquired some blood-like properties, and why? I don't think it actually became blood. We do know that the ancient Near Eastern view of blood on the ground or in the water was that it was a black color. That much we know. And you see this referenced in a lot of documents, that it became black like blood. So, blood on the ground, blood in the water is black. Blood flowing out of your body is red. Yeah, it's that coagulated, ooey, gooey, oxidized, nasty crime scene blood. That's what it is. And if you've ever been to a crime scene, you will notice it. Okay? You will notice it if you've ever been to a crime scene, that this blood is not red on the ground. Okay? So, I don't think I ever said that, Bonbon, but all right. Yeah, Bonbon, I never said that. So, I don't know where you got that from. Okay, so anyway. in the case of say Darkblade, question here. Do you think the river became blood or acquired some blood-like property? It looked like blood in the water. That's what it was supposed to, and that's what we are to take away from this, is that the blood, the water looks like blood. It might have smelled terrible, like old coagulated blood, but it didn't actually become blood itself. Okay, so I think that's oh, come on, Bon. Don't be an idiot. Right. I did not say that God is involved in every pregnancy. I did not say that. Okay? I don't know where you got that from. Did I just say that? I didn't hear that. No, I don't think I said that. No, I don't think I ever said that he's involved in every pregnancy. No. Well, many streams ago, you got to be a bit more specific than that, and I don't think I literally said that. Anyhow, so back to this here. Mama for $5. We'll go to the next super chat here. I'm a big name nerd, so your note on Korah's name has my mind buzzing. What are the meanings of other names listed in number 16:1? Well, that's a big question. So, 16:1. That's, I mean, I probably can't go through all of them. Just take a look at a few of them now. All right, 16. Kohath. Yeah, most of these names we are not going to know. Ibiram, that's going to be, in verse 1 here, that's going to be an exalted father, similar to Abraham. Eliab, God is father. That's going to be a meaning of one of them. That's going to be a couple of the meanings here, but a lot of these we just don't know the name of too, so we have to keep that in mind. Datan, I just don't know the name, what that would mean. So again, a lot of this is going to be, so I mean, we don't know the meaning of every name in the Bible either. So some of them we do know, some of them we don't. So unfortunately, that's about the best I can give you here for the names of number 16. So next one here is from One Son of Thunder. Okay. For $10. Thank you for the super chat. I watched Early Date of the Exodus playlist and loved it. Why hasn't Hatshepsut, he or him? Oh, I think you're making fun of her pronouns here. Mentioned in part 4 when discussing Tutmosis III and Amenhotep II. How can I respond to the assertion Senenmut equals Moses? Okay. For a few reasons, okay? Senenmut's parents are Egyptian. They're not Israelites. We know from the tomb of Senenmut, I think it's Theban tomb 71, that Senenmut's parents were Egyptians. Their tombs have been discovered and excavated. Okay? So we know Senenmut cannot be the be Moses. He comes from a royal lineage, from the Egyptian aristocracy, and obviously Moses did not. So that's sort of a defeater right there. The whole idea that Senenmut is Moses. Second of all, Senenmut was one of Hatshepsut's courtiers. Although we have several stelae which show Senenmut as the royal nurse of Hatshepsut. So he's the one who's raising her kids. He's never adopted by Hatshepsut. The reason why we don't mention Hatshepsut much is she doesn't really play any relevance in the Exodus narrative. The fact is, she's a usurper early in the reign of Thutmose III. Thutmose III comes to the throne when he's 6. He's 3, and then 6 years later, Hatshepsut usurps the throne. Yeah, so she's a pretender on the throne anyway. So she doesn't really play much in the way of, say, the early Exodus date. Early Exodus date supporters try to shoehorn her into the narrative somehow, because they need to find a way to shoehorn her in order to give credence to the adoption narrative of Moses. Now, I don't think you need to do that, honestly. I don't think you need to do that. I think there's better solutions to the problem. But in the case of, say, Hatshepsut, it doesn't make any sense anyway. Because Hatshepsut's living in Thebes, Thutmose III's living in Thebes, Amenhotep II is going to move to Thebes when he becomes king. All the royals of the Thutmose line are going to be in Thebes. That's their power base. That's where their palaces are. And it just doesn't make any sense that there would be a child adopted from Avaris, which is way in the north, and then brought back to Thebes to be raised. And his mother, Jochebed, is going to be brought with to Thebes to nursemaid them. And then she's given a fully Egyptian pagan burial up in the Theban foothills. Doesn't make a whit of sense at all. Okay? So that's how I would respond to the whole assertion that Senenmut is Moses. It just doesn't make any sense. We know who Senenmut's parents are. We have their tombs. It's mentioned in Senenmut's tomb who his parents are. It's just kind of crazy. Biblical Exegete says a very good comment here. Pull it up. He says, the Senenmut conspiracy is tiring. They keep bringing it. I'd rather believe Senenmut was her secret lover. Well, there's actually a little bit of evidence for that. There's a piece of graffiti that was found on, I believe it's his tomb, where somebody went in and drew Senenmut copulating with Hatshepsut. Okay? Now, this could be just court rumor. Okay? There were a lot of, how do I say this? Rumors that ran around the court at the time of Hatshepsut. Okay? There was a lot of gossip at the time. So, there was gossip about her eating habits. There was gossip about her appetites. She was not a, how do I say this? Not somebody who believed in temperance. Okay? Moderation. Yeah. She was not a moderate person. Yeah. Hatshepsut equals fat. Yeah, unfortunately. She's the only king of Egypt we know of that was overweight. She's the only one we know. We have the bodies. Okay, we have the bodies. Most of the kings of Egypt were very lean. Very lean. Sometimes even undernourished. There's even a few that were undernourished, believe it or not. Not Hatshepsut. No, she was a rotund woman. Yeah. She was given to excess in all she did. Her mummy, we estimate that her mummy was at the time of death weighed about 250 pounds, which, that's not big for a woman today, but back then that was much larger than you would find most mummies, even amongst men. Most men were not that size. When you figure that the average man in Egypt was only about 120 pounds, that was she was about twice the size of the average man. So, yeah, that tells you something. Yeah, they were short and they were very light, very scrawny. Again, it's a nutrition thing. So, uh 1116. Okay. Oh, there it is. BC. Did they realize they were undernourished? Yes, they did. Okay. They realized that there was times when food was scarce. And one of the interesting things that we find about us is even amongst the aristocracy, food scarcity does not seem, the fact that they were aristocrats and nobility didn't protect them from food scarcity, which is really interesting. I mean, this is really interesting because in most places in the world, in the ancient world, if you were nobility, you got first access to food. In Egypt, it seems to have been that being nobility did not give you extra privileges when it came to food. Yeah, food was exceptionally fairly distributed in Egypt, which is really interesting. Yeah, that's a society of Ma'at, yeah. That you didn't steal food from somebody else. So, they'd probably starve you in the afterlife if you did something as shady as that. So, we do find that there were princes of Egypt that were chronically malnourished. And what I mean that chronically malnourished, it turns out that about 30% of mummies show signs of chronic malnourishment. So, chronic food deprivation. So it's really, really interesting that you see that consistently across all classes of Egyptian society. Really interesting. So yeah, they understood that there were times when things were lean, and the nobility had to buck up and take it with the rest of them. So take that one too from Darkblade. Why were people this underfed? Did the country only have the bare minimum food for the total population to avoid starving to death? It was more like this. It was more along the lines of that crops were variable. How much a crop produced could vary from year to year. Some years you got a bumper crop. Some years you got starvation. It all depended upon how high the Nile rose. If the Nile rose really high, you got a bumper crop. In fact, you got several crops in a season. It was good times. Good times. If as the Egyptians put it, the two banks touched, the meeting of the two banks, which means that the water was so low that you could walk across the Nile without getting wet. Yeah, you were in for a bad time. Okay, you wouldn't have enough water to water crops. You had crop failure. It was just not good, and sometimes that would happen over a stretch of years. And so, yeah, Haystack says, so gluttony is an indicator of a poor king. Absolutely. Yeah, it was a sign of a really bad king. Yeah, and the gods would not favor you as a result because you're a bad king. Gluttony was considered a horrible crime. Horrible crime. If you were a glutton, somebody died. So it was never seen as a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. BC. So the good years of Joseph could have had multiple crops every year. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was definitely feasible. Especially on a very high water year. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I think we're almost at the end of the super chats here. Oh, we got a few more, and let's take that. Next one here is going to be from Subin Paul for, I think it's 40 rupee. References for slavery by biblical scholars. Richard Averbeck has written on this. I don't keep up on this literature because it's too expansive. There's too many people who are writing on it. I've said this before. Slavery is a specialization all on its own. It produces a vast amount of literature every year. You pretty much, in order to keep up with it, have to devote yourself almost full time to it. So I don't keep up on the literature of slavery. So I know there are people who do. I'm just not one of them. I would rather focus on other things such as ritual and religion, that aspect of it. So even though I'm often asked about biblical slavery, I don't keep up on the literature there. So, but I know that Richard Averbeck has written on this subject, and he's written several times on this. For most of this, I would actually go to the commentaries, and there's a lot of good commentaries out there. And the Gospel Coalition has produced a bibliography of what they consider to be good commentaries, and that'd be a good starting point for anyone who wants to read more on this. And then from there, you can then look more into, say, the literature of slavery. So that should give you a start here. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Bonbon, member for 4 months, asks a member question, which we always love doing. What kinds of favors could one ask from a pharaoh, talking about the time when an Israelite woman didn't betray 4 pharaohs, and you said they could have? Okay. You could ask for a variety of different favors from a pharaoh. You could ask for a job. Okay? That was often asked. It was often asked of pharaoh if you had done some service for the king, you could ask for a job. Job that comes with a title. That's an important thing. People, when you ask for a job in ancient Egypt, ask for one with a title. Don't just ask for any job. Ask for one that has a title, like priest of the Henu box. Great job, great title, important, really important job. Okay, so these are your top shelf asks. Okay, ask to be a friend of the king. That's a big ask. Okay, you can put that one on your tomb. Friend of the king. Sometimes it's joked in my little circle of Egyptologists that a very important title is friend of Kenneth Kitchen. You never want to be Kenneth Kitchen's student, but you do want to be his friend. So, there are those out there who are friends of Kenneth Kitchen. Okay. It's going to go on my tombstone. Friend of Kenneth Kitchen. Okay, so you would ask to be friend of the king. That would be an important title. It doesn't carry any specific responsibilities, but it is an important title. Manager small projects. A manager of works. That's an important title. People would ask that of the king. You know, can I be your supervisor of works? So these are the things you typically ask the king. So things here's things you would not ask of the king. I think that's important too. You wouldn't ask the king for stuff. You don't ask the king for stuff. Okay, you don't ask him for couches or beds or chests or Ferraris. Okay, that's off the list. Okay? Don't ask the king for that stuff. If the king wants to give you that stuff, that's different. So you never ask the king for stuff. You never ask the king for food. You never ask the king for clothing. You never ask the king for any stuff. That's taken care of by his viziers and his staff. Okay? When Sinaway appeared before the king, you know, well, it's because it's vulgar. That's Bonbon asks, why not ask the king for stuff? Because it's vulgar. Yeah. He could take offense. It could be seen. It's vulgar. It would be seen as yeah, really low class. You wouldn't do that. Yeah, so that's something you would never ask for stuff. You never ask for a home or anything like that. Now, if the king really liked you, he could give you stuff. Like, for example, one of the things that, like Sinaway, when he comes back from the Sinai, you know, the Sinaway was a bodyguard under the reign of Senwosret II, and Senwosret II was assassinated. So he runs to the Sinai. He flees because he's afraid. He's really afraid. But when he returns to Egypt, he's summoned back to Egypt, and he comes back, and he tells Pharaoh this story of all his adventures in Sinai amongst the Semite people, and he's got these big tales of his escape and his adventures out there, and the king's thrilled. He's absolutely thrilled because his best story he's heard in like 30 years. He's just beside himself. And the king gives Sinaway a lavish funeral. I mean, really lavish. Fully carved tomb, a pair of oxen to pull his funerary bier, the coffin, a little pyramid to put on his tomb. All of that's provided by the king, and even a boat to ship him on. So the king to somebody who he really likes can be exceptionally lavish. Okay? For example, if the king really likes your service, and he's going to give you he can give you the Egyptian equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor of Egypt, which is the chain of gold. You know, Joseph receives the chain of gold, but he's not the only one. There's several people in Egypt who over the years who received the chain of gold, and you can even see it on their statues. You know, it's such an important event. Like Horemheb shows when he receives the chain of gold from Akhenaten on one of his stelae. Okay, so no, okay, let's get so the king can be really, really generous if he wants to be, but that's on his initiative, not yours. So you don't ask for that stuff. Bonbon asks, could the king just as easily give someone the death penalty for an arbitrary reason? No. There's a tradition there that prevents him from doing that. So he can't just arbitrarily sentence somebody to death. There has to be a crime. There has to be a crime that betrays the tradition of the ancestors. It was a society of legal tradition. Okay, so there wasn't written laws, but there was a legal tradition that even the king had to abide by. Yeah, stable society. So a king who could
willy-nilly.
Bonbon, could he not make up a crime or frame someone? Yeah, he could use his might to kill somebody. That could happen. But it was also seen as a bad omen. Bad omen. Okay? So you didn't do most kings who were basically enculturated into their kingship didn't do this. Okay? It was yeah. Bonbon says, so it's kind of like delegitimizing. Yeah, it's a delegitimizing action. Yeah, you lose your street cred as king when you do that. This is why, for example, you find this is one of the reasons why I say Egyptian nobility had been so stable for so long, was because most kings never violated that tradition. So, you get through most of, say, the Amarna kings, and yeah, they're corrupt in their own ways, but they're not gonna cross certain lines. They're not gonna have people killed just on for capricious reasons. Now you get Ai on the throne, who wasn't raised that way, and yeah, he's gonna kill some babies just to keep him on the throne. So there was lines that even Egyptian kings never crossed. Okay, so I think that covers that. We covered what kind of favors that you could ask a pharaoh. Well, let's move on to Alexis's question here, who asks, are there any comprehensive commentaries on the historicity of the Book of Daniel, specifically ones looking at him in the cultural context? I do recall there was one by Donald Wiseman that was basically, it was edited by Wiseman. It was a set of essays done by the Tyndale House. It was a conference proceedings. It's called Problems in the Book of Daniel, I think. Wiseman, Fairman, Kitchen wrote on it. It's a very good book. It's kind of getting a little long in the tooth now. It's out of date, and it's out of print, so finding it's going to be really tough. So that's what I would recommend as far as a one step, but there's others too. Again, go to the commentaries on this, see what they say. I don't think the historicity of the Book of Daniel is as big a deal as many make it out to be. I know, like Josh Bowen loves to say, well, if the Book of Daniel's written late, then all that prophecy's wrong. And I think that's a very parochial view of prophecy. That's a very fundamentalist view of prophecy. Prophecy isn't just like that. Prophecy is much, much more complicated genre than what Bowen gives it credit for. So I think this is one of those tempest in a teapot sort of controversies. So I think you could have both a historical I support the historicity of the Book of Daniel. Okay? I think it is a historical document. And I think it dates to the 5th and 6th centuries BC. But if I'm wrong too, it doesn't really matter either. Because I can just see also a late version of the Book of Daniel also being scriptural and also being perfectly legitimate as well. So it's one of those things I think just doesn't really matter. Dark Blade, good, so we don't have to excommunicate Dr. Falk. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I was excommunicated, but we won't go there. I'll let the rumor mill run with that for a while. Okay. Next question here, another member question from the Bible Exegete. I know you accept the synchronism of Neferhotep I and Hammurabi as this kitchen. Yes, absolutely. Could you do a video on it or explain it here? Thank you. Yeah, okay. There's not enough here really to do a video on this. Because we're really only talking about one synchronism. But it's basically talking about look it up here. Look at the citation. Maybe I can get you the citation. Yeah, the Stela of Tinu. This is in a work by Smith in 1965, page 17. But what this is it's a it is a synchronism that we find. There's a gift. We have Tinu is an administrator. He's an administrator at Mari. And it's a really interesting synchronism because it works kind of it's a three-way synchronism. And Yatinu is sort of the middleman here. It's, let me see. Pull this up here just a second. I'll try to explain how this one works because it's a little different than most. It's a three-way synchronism, okay? So what we have here is it's a this stela. There was a stela that was found right beside a royal gift. Okay, so you've got a royal gift and you've got a stela. Okay, and the royal gift ties Neferhotep I to Zimri-Lim of Mari. Okay, and then you've got the stela, and the stela mentions Zimri-Lim and Hammurabi. Okay, so it's a three-way synchronism. A three-way synchronism that ties Zimri-Lim, Neferhotep I, and Hammurabi all together. So it's a very interesting little thing because it's the only synchronism that we have that ties the Middle Kingdom to anything else out there. So it's a fascinating little synchronism. But that's about all we can say about it. Is it's a royal gift combined with a stela, and they're found in situ together. So beautiful little synchronism. And it ties the Dynasty 13 to the first dynasty of Babylon, which should be the case anyway. And the reason why is because that first dynasty of Babylon goes from Dynasty 13 into Dynasty 15. And we find even some fragments of First Dynasty Babylonian cuneiform at the repository, at the scriptorium at Avaris. So all of this just sort of fits in beautifully together, perfectly. Okay. Yes, coming next. Yeah, we haven't got to it yet. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, the next one here is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Yes, it takes us time to get through them all. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. We still got about 6 to 8 to go. Yeah, oh dear. He asks, after reading things like the Great Stela of Amenhotep II at Giza, do you ever feel like God is dunking on all who ever make such claims? Maybe just a little. Now that's an opinion of my theology, okay? But okay, there's a he makes a whole lot of claims uh in his Dream Stela. Yeah, Amenhotep II kind of puffs himself up in the Dream Stela at the Great Sphinx Stela is also called the Dream Stela. He basically claims that he fell asleep in front of the Sphinx and learned through the Sphinx talking to him, the Sphinx talked to him, that his older brother would not inherit the throne and he was appointed. The gods have appointed humble little me to take over the kingdom. Yeah, it is the Stela of Tutmosis IV, but it references Amenhotep II. But that's the Dream Stela. Okay. That's the one he's referring to. So but yeah, the father of Tutmosis IV is Amenhotep II. So it's sometimes called the Stela of Amenhotep II, but it's really Tutmosis IV. But yeah, it's the only major Stela that's there of that time. So yeah, so, but it is kind of funny. Interestingly enough, when we did the last Assassin's Creed live play, we actually showed that Stela there of Tutmosis IV. There, it's between the paws of the Sphinx, and it's still there to this day. So, massive piece of stone. It's a massive, massive piece of stone. But yeah, okay. So, yeah, you when you do read those sorts of things, you kind of get the idea that yeah, they're kind of overinflating their claims somewhat. Now, Tutmosis IV didn't reign all that long, so for himself calling himself, you know, the chosen of the Sphinx to rule, yeah, kind of heady. It is kind of heady. And he only reigns like 10 years. He doesn't reign long at all. He's a blip. He's a blip in Egyptian history. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, he does that. Isaac Freeman adds he calls himself the Son of God and says his reign is predestined. Well, they all call themselves sons of God. That wasn't unusual. Um, every Egyptian king will call himself a son of God. That's normal for Egyptian kings. They'll call themselves. I mean, it's even in the title, Son of Re, Sa Re. You know, that's part of the titulary. So every Egyptian king calls himself the son of the god, and it just was, yeah. So this is fairly normal for Egyptian kings to do that. So, but as far as Egyptian history goes, Tutmosis IV is a blip. He builds very little, very little. In fact, I can only remember one monument that he built, which was a chapel at Karnak. And really, it's not a nice chapel. It's if you go to say the outdoor museum at Karnak Temple, it's sort of on the outskirts of the museum of the it's on the far edge. It's on the far edge. It's not complete. It's been ransacked. The carvings on it are not very nice. It's not someplace you would take the tourists to have a look. It's just it's very meh. Very meh. There's a lot better things to look at Karnak. Just saying. So, well, I mean, you go to the there's a little speaking of things you see at Karnak sometimes. Relate this little story here just to make Isaac's super chat here worth it. I was near the 10th pylon at at Karnak. And there's a temple there, a little temple between the 9th and 10th pylon that dates to Amenhotep II. And it's the only temple there that is Amenhotep II's. And I go inside there, and I was not prepared for what I saw inside the temple of Amenhotep II. I saw weeds, bags of trash, and an abandoned bathtub. This is inside the Karnak precinct. How did an abandoned bathtub get put in the temple of Amenhotep II? In a guarded site. Makes you wonder. There's walls all around it. It's this fencing and walls, and it was full of black bags of trash, and abandoned bathtub right in the middle of the temple. The stuff you see in Egypt. Gotta love it. And if you really insist on going in there, we will, but I wouldn't really recommend it, okay? We could put that on the tour. I'm not saying we should put that on the tour. We might just point in the distance, oh, that's the bathtub temple there. Yeah, it's a 19th. I mean, it's a metal ceramic bathtub, so it's like a modern bathtub. Not an ancient one, a modern one. All right, let's get back on track here. So, thank you, Isaac, for that super chat. I hope that helped. Next one here from Michael Watts for $4.99. We gotta speed up here because we're 10 minutes to midnight. Yeah, we'll take all the super chats. We'll finish up all the super chats here, but no new ones, please. Unless you just want to thank you. Amenhotep, scared out house, yeah. Micah Watts says, I have 5 sons. Excuse me. I have 5 songs done so far for a Christian heavy metal album. What Bible stories, Christian history stories would you like to see written most about? Ooh. Cool project. The Martyrdom of Polycarp. Or Antipas. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when the whole world is against you and you're standing for God. Love to see a heavy metal song about that. That's what I'd like to see. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. You only asked for one, and that's one that you asked for more, but this was in the 1st century BC or AD, sorry. So yeah, absolutely, I'd love to see more heavy metal done about, say, the Martyrdom of the Saints. Book of Daniel in the Lion's Den would be a great one to do songs on. Yeah. What's it like to stand alone and not know if God's going to save you? And he may not.
50?
Yeah.
Even God can't.
Yeah.
Even if he.
Yeah. So. Yeah, Shadrach and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, said to the king. The king asked, "Is your God going to save you?" They said, "We don't know. He may not. He's still going to be God in the end of it." So, yeah, there's some things I wouldn't mind seeing. Do a song about Jonah being dead. We could use some good pedagogical teaching in our songs as well. Okay. Next one here, Mr. Warlight, $2. Is Richard Dawkins essentially a Christian now? No, he's not. No, he's not a Christian. He basically likes the trappings of Christian culture. liking the trappings of Christian culture doesn't make you a Christian. So, no, he is definitely not a Christian. He's full-on atheist still. He still hates Christianity. He's just thinks that, it's better a Christian society than a Muslim society. Okay. That's hard to argue with, but it doesn't make him a Christian. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. SDRC92126 says, for $5, thank you for the super chat. What was the economy around the time of Moses? Ancient Romans earned about $7 of silver per day. Okay. The economy at the time of Moses was a barter economy. There was no currencies. So when somebody did weigh out silver, it was as a weight. So trade in metals was done by weight, and it was done as generally a barter system. People were essentially more or less paid in bags of food or intangible goods that were then traded for other items. So the late Bronze Age, Egyptian society was all essentially barter. The amount of goods, amount of stuff you earned would depend on, of course, what kind of job you did, but most of the time you're going to be paid in food. If you are a regular laborer or a farmer, you get paid in a bag of grains. If you happen to be better off and, say, part of the artisan class, you got paid in bags of grain. Also fish, dried fish, and wine. Okay. You would also be, if you were really were on the up and up, you'd also get beef. Okay, but that would be your hard laborers and your very skilled craftsmen got beef. Okay. So that sort of tells you what sort of the kind of economy is and how you were paid back then. So you were basically paid in a food ration. That's generally how you were paid. Okay. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. FiscaCon Daniel for €2.49. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the Oxford's Annotated Study Bible? I don't know much about it. I haven't read it. I don't have a copy of it. My general view on Bibles is that I don't comment on Bibles unless I actually have a physical copy of it, and I could live with it for a while. I think it's really, really important before you comment on a translation or a Bible that you really use it, really live with it. Now, there's some that are so bad that it's pretty easy to yeah, it's obvious at first glance that it's not going anywhere. But most Bible translations are not like that anymore. Thank goodness. There's a few that are like that, but most of them are not. But I haven't actually looked at the Oxford Annotated Study Bible, so I can't really comment on it. So sorry about that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And we got another one from him for, again, €2.49. Thank you again for the super chat. Why did you change your career as a programmer? Okay, several reasons. One, I hated it. Okay. I hated being a programmer. I was very good at it, but I really despised it. I despised the whole corporate politics thing. I also thought that programming too is one of those professions. The computer profession is one of those professions that you always have to keep up on it. Otherwise, your skills start degenerating and being obsolete. And really, I was more of a system administrator anyway, a computer systems analyst, than I was a programmer to begin with. So it was really at the point where I was having to decide between professions. Um, well, Jack Ray, I didn't hate programming as much as I hated the job of programming. Let's be clear about that. I still do programming. Jack Ray. Jack Ray blasphemy. Yes. Um, I hated the job of programming. I didn't hate the programming itself. I really enjoyed programming. And I still do it. I still do it. I still, like, every Thursday is my programming day, where I work on a programming project, a video game project. Okay? So I still enjoy programming. But going to work for a guy who, first of all, most of the guys you end up working for in technology shops are going to be poorly educated. They're going to be poorly educated. They're not going to be very technical. They're going to be very politically motivated. They're just really going to be real jerks to work for. Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be they're going to have constant feelings of insecurity, and they're going to be really nasty to work for because of their insecurities. Okay? So I think that's a problem here. Darkblade, do you know what 4 int equals? Let's pull that up. Darkblade, do you know what 4 int I equals 0, I less than equal to 34, I plus plus does? Yes, I do. It's the beginning of a for loop. You don't have the actual job of it that it does, but what that does is it increments the integer I from 0 until it equals 34, incrementing by 1, and 1 after the evaluation of I. Okay? Yes, with suffices. I says my producer. Okay. So, but I came to that point in my career where you have to, I had to choose. Do I focus on a specialization within IT? You know, become a SAP administrator, become a database administrator, become a storage administrator, or do I focus on programming? Do I learn a different programming skill like say specializations of JavaScript and that sort of thing? Do I become a front-end developer, a back-end developer, a systems developer? And it just at that point became, okay, I'm not liking either option here. Either option is looking pretty bad. So I just decided, okay, I'm just going to. I had the educational option at that point, and was just like, okay, I don't want to do either one of these for the rest of my natural life, because it sucks. It's awful. So that's why I got out, because it was a young man's game when I got into it, and it was turning into something I really didn't like, and the pay wasn't worth it. You know, yeah, it looked really highly paid at the get-go, but for what they expected you to do, which was work 80 hours a week for, you know, less than six figures. Yeah, yeah, when you break it down to a per hourly rate, it isn't that much. They're actually, you know, it's actually, you're losing money. And then because you're never home and you can't cook, You're losing huge amounts of money because you have to eat out all the time. Oh, taxes are ridiculous. Most of those companies are expecting you to drive a nice car because you stay in their park. I had that comment once. I was driving at that point an old beat up Sentra because it was economical, because it was affordable. And I was the only green car in the parking lot of black Lexuses. And it was just like, well, shouldn't you upgrade your car? Why? Is that part of the job? Am I expected to upgrade my car because of it looks bad on the company? Why don't you pay me more? Pay me for a new car, and yeah. But no, they expected me to lease out a Lexus to fit in with the company. Like, heck no. Like, nuts to that. So it's just like, no. There's a lot of expectations that they actually these companies place on you.
Right.
Ancient history gamer. I would get black spray paint and painted, but yeah, but hiding the roof rack, that was going to be difficult. Our Nissan Sentra had a roof rack. Okay, it's kind of hard to hide the roof rack. Okay, so yeah, I was never fortunate enough to work at really good companies. Once or twice I worked at some really good companies. Jack Ray, by the way, it depends on where you work. So, sorry, all caps, but still. Yeah, I know. If you're lucky, I mean, there was a couple companies I worked for briefly that were really good. Um, Northwestern Mutual, I really loved working there. That was really good. I really enjoyed working there. Oracle Corporation, I really hated. I loved working at IBM, but IBM was really low paid. Really low paid. I mean, it was like the average salary at IBM was 40K. It was even in the time when I worked there, which was in the early was mid 2000, I think 2004, 2004. That was really low paid. I also worked for the Mouse. Yes, I did work for the Mouse at one point. That was decent pay, but it wasn't permanent. They were everyone's a contractor at the Mouse. So a lot of where I worked was GE was. I would rather work for the Antichrist than work for them again. GE was horrible. One of the worst companies I've ever worked for. And a lot of the motion picture industry I would also put in that same category of being very GE like. I'm very glad Jack Ray has found a really good job that he likes. Okay, that's not the normal experience in the IT industry. It's just not the normal experience. Okay, I'm going to move on here. Try to finish out these super chats as quick as I can here. Silver Tongue Cavalier for 199. What is the most dangerous heresy? Calvinism. Calvinism is not a heresy. Calvinism is in the pale of Orthodox, the historic Christian faith. It's a kind of soteriology. It's not a heresy. Now, there are forms of Calvinism that can be distorted into heresy. That's very true. But Calvinism itself is not a heresy. Right? I think there are heresies that are much, much more dangerous than Calvinism. And Calvinism, as again, is not a heresy. But there are dangerous heresies out there. A lot of them. Heresies that affect salvation. Judaizing. Basically, legalism is a dangerous heresy. What's it called now? Things that affect the Trinity, like low Christology, is a heresy. There's a lot of things out there that are, Arianism is a dangerous heresy. Gnosticism is a dangerous heresy. Okay, I hope it's a joke. I hope that for 10 Devon is a joke. A lot of things can be distorted into heresies. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, something legitimate can become a heresy. That's true. I think we're seeing this now with fundamentalist hermeneutic. I think that's really has broached into the area of heresy. Yeah, because there's a particular reading that's not historical, not biblical, but is elevated as absolute truth. I had some guy today, basically said that I contradicted the word of Ron Wyatt. So my punishment in hell is going to be extra crispy. Okay? What's become of us that we elevate the word of a man to the word of God himself? This is really distressing, and how we got there is through that fundamentalist hermeneutic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it does. It does. Bible exegete, how dare you contradict Ron Wyatt? Yeah, I dare. Okay. But yeah, their attitude is really that. Yeah. Ancient history gamer. Extra crispy chicken is not a punishment, but a reward. Now you have me wanting fried chicken. We've got a Church's chicken that's open all night. Oh, it's close enough I could walk. Oh, now you've done it. Now you've done it. Okay. Okay, so anyway, there's a lot of dangerous heresies out there. I think probably, again, the worst one the one that's probably the most problematic for us right now is probably the fundamentalist hermeneutic, just because of where it goes on this. Okay. Korean fried chicken is the best, says Alexis. Yeah, I'll agree with you. That's good. That's very similar to Japanese karage. I will agree with you, Alexis, that stuff is delish. Yeah, absolutely, that is delicious. All right, so let's get back to their super chats here because we're almost at midnight. Yeah, they're 24-hour chicken place too, so we could actually do it. That makes it really dangerous. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat for $1. Thank you very much for that super chat. And I'm not sure exactly which question that's tied to. I think the one at one. Yeah, is that 11? Okay. He asks, "What are your thoughts on the idea that Christianity supposedly leads to nihilism?" I think that's a distortion. I mean, yeah, this has been. Yeah, this has been argued by Alex O'Connor and Frederick Nietzsche. I think that's a distortion of Christianity. I mean, really, it's
Listen to Alex.
Well, yeah. I mean, Alex O'Connor's kind of an interesting. He's one of those. He's basically popular because he comes off as the reasonable atheist. That's his shtick. All right, and that's fine. If that's your shtick, that's fine. Um, but Christianity does not. Only a real distortion of Christianity will lead you to nihilism. The whole idea of there's nothing out there. you got to really twist some dogmas to get to nihilism from Christianity. I don't even know how they do that, honestly. Yeah. But again, if someone like Nietzsche's arguing it, again, I'd like to know how he's arguing that. Is he using that German dialectic again? In which case, Nietzsche could be arguing that Christianity leads to nihilism, but it also leads to something else. You'd have to actually read him in context to figure that out, and that's the problem with quoting Nietzsche. Is anything time you quote Nietzsche, there's going to be a dialectic. So, the Sir Clips a lot says predestination. Well, predestination alone doesn't lead you to nihilism. It's not that there's nothing you can do with predestination. It's, that's a distortion of what predestination is. So, again, you have to really distort some dogmas to get there. But nothing is beyond distortion. People will distort all sorts of things to arrive at the conclusion they want. I don't see Alex O'Connor doing much different there. So anyway, that's my thoughts on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Fiska Con Daniel for €2.49. Thank you again for the super chat. Opinions on Zahi Hawass. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh gee. Opinions on Zahi Hawass. Yeah, they're semi-private because I'd like to go back to Egypt at some point. Yeah. Here's the thing: you don't talk smack about Zahi Hawass and get away with it. I will say this: don't ever pay for a lecture by Zahi Hawass. Okay, I will say that. You are not going to get a technical, archaeological lecture from Zahi Hawass ever. What you're going to get is an hour of him showing you slides of him taking selfies with celebrities. I remember when he came to University of Toronto, and it was one of his big world tour things, and he was supposed to give a lecture on the pyramids. I mean, this is the guy who has been custodian of the pyramids. That's been his personal playground for the past 30 years. And instead of him talking about pyramids, he talked about an hour of him meeting with celebrities. So, yeah, he's a celebrity archaeologist, is what he is. And he's very good at that. He was very good at attracting interest. I'll give him one definitely thing that I think was really good about his tenure as Director of Antiquities in Cairo. And that's the name of the official job of the head of antiquities in Egypt under, say, the Ministry of Culture. Is the one good piece of progress Zahi did was he required archaeologists to start publishing their results. Before you got permission to dig again in Egypt, Zahi required that you publish your results from your previous concession. I like that. I like that Very much. I think was a really good thing that moved things forward. I thought that was an excellent thing. Yeah. Foreign diggers of concessions were notorious for digging and not publishing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's critical that archaeologists publish their results. And he did force their hand to do that, and I'm glad he did that. Now, the other thing, there's also a dark side of it too. And I can say this because it won't get me in too much trouble. There was a lot of nepotism too. He introduced a lot of nepotism back into these excavations. He had a really bad practice of when somebody found something, taking a dig away and giving it to his relative. So there was that problem too. And that's all I'm going to say about Zahi Hawass. Now, I can say that because nepotism is not considered a bad thing in Egypt. It's one of those cultural things of taking care of your own. Yeah. You're expected in Egypt to take care of your own. So, nepotism, he brought nepotism back in force. But he did do some good things too. And I'll praise him for his good things.
Making people.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, making people publish was absolutely brilliant. It needed to happen, and I'm glad he did it. Yeah. On the other hand, I wouldn't attend one of his lectures. Okay, just saying. They're really not interesting. If you're into celebrities, okay, maybe. You want to see Katy Perry at the time she was at the pyramids?
I mean, guess where she got?
Darkblade. It's also isn't considered a bad thing in Saudi Arabia, as many government positions are held by members of the king's family. Yeah, and many positions in the Ministry of Antiquities in Egypt are also held by relations to various politicians. That's just normal. Yeah, just normal. All right, here. Okay, we got one more super chat from Paul. Thank you very much for a really generous super chat of $49.99. Very much appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Generous super chats like this really help keep us going. We're so appreciative. Thank you so very much. Loved your book. Are you in the money yet? Well, no. The book is earned out. Okay. The book is earned out, which means that it's covered all of its expenses, and we are earning royalties on it. We're not exactly in the money because of it. Okay. We're earning money from it, but it's a very small check. So, mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, could be. Well, so yeah, we're not in the money, but we have earned some, and it is we're glad it's profitable, because this is going to make it easier to sell the next one. Okay? So anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. And finally, we got Jack Ray, who gifted another 10 Egypt in the Bible membership. So thank you very much again, Jack. We so appreciate your support of the channel. So we are very, very late, and we've covered all the super chats finally. So I'm going to take 2 non-super chats at most, and then call it a night. No, I don't know that channel. I don't know. Don't know about that channel. Okay, what time stamp? 9:36. Okay. Six. Scrolling up, scrolling up. $39. 36. Okay. By James Riviera. Okay. He asks, what are your thoughts on Esoterica's YouTube channel and claims regarding Israel being polytheistic and Yahweh being son of El, etc.? Also, do you have any scholars you'd recommend on that? Okay, here's my thoughts on this. One, I have not viewed, I don't know anything about Esoterica's YouTube channel, never watched it, never seen it before. Don't know anything about it. Israel being polytheistic? Yes. Israel was polytheistic. They were dirty ball worshippers. They were very polytheistic. That was the problem. Anyone, and it's not a shocking thing.
There is a they all get wet. And it's told to build an ark.
Yeah. Yeah. The idea of Yahweh being the son of El, this is not actually coming out of Israelite literature. This is coming out of Ugaritic literature. And it's really not even a reference to Yahweh. It's reference to Baal being son of El. Here's the way the theory works, okay? The theory here of the Northern Hypothesis, this is called the Northern Hypothesis of Yahweh. The idea here is that Yahweh originally came out of Northern Israelite literature. Ugaritic, the Baal cycle at Ugarit talks about Baal being the son of El. Yahweh is assumed, proven, assumed to be just a placeholder for Baal. So, Yahweh must be the son of El because of that assumption that Baal is just a placeholder here for Yahweh. Okay? Yeah. This is not evidence. This is not evidence. Okay? So, that's my thought on that theory, is that I think the Northern theory is really, really scraping the barrel here. It's not evidence driven, it's theory driven. So when you have, it's assumptions. Wish fulfillment? Yeah. Yeah, it probably is more wish fulfillment. Yeah, so I do not take I'm more inclined to the Kenite hypothesis for the origins of Yahweh than I am for, say, the Northern view. I don't think the Northern view has legs. So that's my thought on this. I don't have any scholars that I would recommend on this per se. Whenever you get a theory like this, which is so sort of driven by assumptions, you don't usually get serious engagement. And the reason why is because it's just not productive. Serious scholars are not going to engage this because you're just engaging someone's assumption. And then you get the prove me wrong, bro, guys. And that's what happens here is you get that situation where, oh, it's an assumption. Yeah, it could be, right? Could be, Prove me wrong, bro. Prove me wrong. And you can't prove a negative. You can't prove a negative. So it's not worthwhile for most scholars to really seriously engage this. So you're not going to find a whole lot of people who are seriously engaging this. There's no evidence from the biblical documents that this was ever a thing. There's really no evidence even from the Ugaritic documents that this was ever really a thing. So you're arguing, yeah, you're arguing out of an absence of data here. So, yeah, I mean, of course he's going to argue that, Gabe. But that's the argument. Gabe says, I believe Esoterica actually claims Judaism itself is polytheistic, not just the unfaithful. But that's the central argument here, is that Judaism itself was polytheistic based upon the assumptions. Do we know those assumptions are true? Yeah. So essentially, you're going to be pitting, say, what is the biblical text here against versus what is the assumptions in the culture. And it becomes ultimately a prove me wrong, bro game. That's really BC. Prove me wrong, bro. Yep. That's how this stuff works in biblical studies. Is a lot of it turns into prove me wrong, bro. Okay, one more question. Yeah. Jack Ray points it out very nicely. It's like someone reads the Old Testament and misses the entire point. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what's going on there. It's like they missed the point of the entire Old Testament. They missed the point that Israel was disobedient and was polytheistic in practice. Yeah, no one argues that. But it's then trying to claim, well, Israelite religion was really that all along. No. So that's exactly the problem here. And biblical theology has gone off the rails in a lot of ways in this respect, where it's gone into these really strange places of assumptions and essentially empty conjectures. Lots and lots of empty conjectures. Ooh. Tombo, 2018, just finished Hoffmeyer's book on Israel being in Egypt. So what do you recommend next? Should I read Richard Elliott Friedman's book? I'm not a big fan of Richard Elliott Friedman. Friedman wants his cake and eat it too. He wants a historical exodus, but he also at the same time wants to hold to supremacy of the documentary hypothesis. In fact, if you ever go to a Friedman lecture, and I've been to one, it's 80% documentary hypothesis, talking about documentary hypothesis, and 20% talking about Exodus. Okay? So it's really, the Exodus almost becomes a foil for the documentary hypothesis. So he's forced into a very small Levite hypothesis for the Exodus. And I don't buy it. Honestly, I don't buy it. I'm not a great fan of Friedman. I know there's some people on this channel who really like him. I don't care for him. I don't care for his views. What I would recommend next is, if you're interested, is read more good stuff on biblical archaeology in general. Read Kitchen's on the reliability of the Old Testament. Read Richard Hess's Israelite Religion. I think more people should read Hess's Israelite Religion. It's a great book. It's a great book. It's a good book. It's full of data. Data is a good thing. Read books with lots of data. Okay. If you want a more broad view, you can always do Backgrounds of the Old Testament, the Baker book. It's I have an essay in there. I think it's excellent. If you want more advanced book, there's some other advanced works as well that you could do, like um oh, the name of it I wrote for that one too. Okay, but anyway, you want to focus on books that are data rich, rich in evidence, not rich in theory. With Friedman's book, Data, Captain Picard, Geordi LaForge, Riker's beard. Michael Watts, reading! That's like doing math. Yes, sometimes. Yeah, but you want something that's evidence rich. Go for works that are evidence rich, not theory rich. Okay? Little theory's okay. No problem with a little theory if it's backed up by lots and lots and lots of evidence. Okay? And this is the problem I have with biblical studies, is it's too often becoming a discipline that's rotates on its theory, not on its evidence. So yeah. Here's the thing with data books too, books that are sort of evidence based, is they tend to sit on the bookshelves for 50 years. They stay on the bookshelves a long time. Theory books tend to get swept out pretty fast out of libraries. They don't stay around very long. Because here's the thing, even when the theories die, a book that's rich in evidence will still be on the shelf just for the sake of its evidence. 2006. He wrote in 2006. He wrote in 2006 and is still a good book. So this is talking about On the Reliability of the Old Testament by Kenneth Kitchen. But it's full of data. It's full of evidence. So anyway, I think we're going to wrap it up here. We've taken our 2 super chats here. We've gone 4.5 hours here. So was there one more? Okay. Oh. Okay. Give me the question time. Time has it. Anyway, okay, we'll take this one, and this will be the last one of the night. Okay, so 10:06 is the first one. 9:36. No. We don't carry questions over. Yeah, we do not carry questions over. So there's a 10:08 followed by another one. So 10:08 and 10:30. 10:08. Okay, bubble machine. Okay. Okay, this will be, we're going to be wrapping it up here. There's going to be 2 questions here that are kind of back to back here, so we'll take them. Bubble Machine asks, what is a good way to accurately describe Satan to artists? Because entertainment and popular artist depictions are giving young submissive people the idea that he is a misunderstood bad boy. Here's how he should be viewed. Satan should be viewed as a nasty squatter. Okay? A guy who moves into your house, eats your stuff, uses your house, and doesn't let you back in. Okay? He's a squatter. Okay? He should be viewed like a bum. Okay? A bum. Okay? That's how Satan should be viewed in artwork. he should be viewed as a brooding, spoiled brat. A no good, a near do well, a nothing, a zero. He should not be portrayed as wearing crowns. He should not be given the dignity of being a ruler. He is just yeah, basically nasty, vindictive, jealous bum. It's exactly what he is. He's not misunderstood. He is not misunderstood. Okay? Yeah, he's less than a pretender. That's exactly what he is. He's not misunderstood. He's not creative. He just destroys. He's he's a guy that'll walk into your house, basically take a sledgehammer to your toilet, eat out all your food, and then defecate on your floor. That's Satan. Okay? He's that guy. Okay? So, that's how we should betray him, is in those respects. You know, that's what he does. That's what he's done to this planet. That's what he's done to the people that God created. That's what he does. He is a nothing. He's a zero. He's a worse than a zero. He's a murderous psychotic. That's another way of putting it. Yeah, he's a murderous psychotic. He's a liar. He can't tell the truth to save his life. There's nothing good about the guy. There's nothing redeeming about him. Nothing. And it's not that there couldn't have been. He just gave it all up. You know, he sold his glory to being a squatter. Yeah, so it's just he's a loser. He's a loser who's already lost. Okay. Yeah, dangerously intelligent, but astoundingly unwise. Coffee down the wrong throat. Okay, so where's the next one? 1013? Okay. $1013, also from Bubble Machine. Okay. Bubble Machine says the show Has Been Hotel worries me the most because despite it being rated for like young adults when I was in school, kids no older than 8 were watching it. Oh, I've seen Has Been Hotel. Yeah. It is one of the most influential works in our culture at the moment. Okay. If you're trying to pay attention to what's happening in the culture, you really can't afford not to see Has Been Hotel. It's a mess. Yeah. Alexa says that show is a mess. It is a mess, but it's also done in a way that really resonates with our culture too. Okay? You've got the misunderstood hero, you've got a drug addiction, sexual slavery, mental health disorders. You know, in a culture where 60% of young people are being medicated for psychiatric and psychological disorders, yeah, this is going to resonate. You better believe this is going to resonate. So if you're not aware of this show, you really do. You're hiding your head in the sand. Okay. And it's got a very catchy soundtrack. It's it's using the power of music to get across his agenda. Now, I will also say this too. It has got a certain perception of, say, Christianity, which Christians are really not completely innocent of, to be honest. Its perception of hell very much falls along the line of annihilationism. Very much along the lines of annihilationism. And it has mentioned several of the same criticisms that I've had of annihilationism. So, I would say that this is something that we should take a little more seriously. You know, perhaps start to critique it and engage it. Because again, it's scary. It's scary in that it tries to redeem things such as Lucifer, redeem demonic things, but it's doing so through what could be seen as a valid criticism of certain perceptions of hell and certain things that resonate with our culture, like soundtracks. Hazbin. Okay? So, if you don't understand how powerful that can be, then you're not keeping track with the culture. So, no young kids should be watching it. First of all, just plain old. It's no. I mean, this is an adult, supposed to be an adult cartoon rated 18 plus. Okay, so no kids should be watching it. We have to understand that we have to abandon that notion that just because it's a cartoon, that it's safe for kids to watch. Okay? That should have been long abandoned with the anime era anyway. Okay? Apparently. Okay. So the other thing is too, a lot of the reasons why things like Hazbin Hotel have traction is because we have abandoned the culture. We're not producing cultural goods. We're not producing anything in the culture. You know, our idea of engaging the culture is making a movie where the guy at the end goes, "I repent and see Jesus. Praise the Lord, he saved me." That's our idea of engaging the culture. Yeah. 90 minutes of moaning about how bad my life is, and then followed by, "I am redeemed and saved. God bless me for being redeemed by the blood of the Lamb." Yeah. That's our idea of engaging the culture. Yeah. Well, they do. Alexa says pure flux Christian movies are trash. They do nothing for the unsaved. They don't do anything for the saved either. They don't do anything for anybody. They're worthless. Worthless. They're a waste of money. They're a waste of the production money. They're a waste of the moviegoers' money. Christian Malice, we're producing culture. It's just bad culture. It's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. Would I go and watch a Hallmark film? No, not a chance. They're terrible. They're really, really bad. They're badly made. They've got bad theology. There's nothing good about them. Lucifer has a better chance of being redeemed than these films. Woohoo!
So
Yeah, Michael Watts. God made all these chords, and most churches only play 3 of them. Yeah, pretty much. What A, D, and G or something like that? Yeah, I know. I know it's pretty bad. It's really really bad. Ugh. No, I here's just one of the things I agree. Here's one of the things I'm gonna really say. I agree 100% with Michael Heiser on. We've got to get back into the culture. We have got to produce cultural output. We've got to produce music. We've got to produce animation. We've got to produce novels and stories. We've got to get write poetry if that's your thing. Yes. Make drawings. Get art out there. That's I think it's really, really important that we get back into the culture. And if we don't get back in the culture's going to get back into us. So I'm going to end it here for the night. I am very, very passionate about this. We need to get into the culture. This is why I write novels. This is why I do artwork. This is why I program video games. We need to get back into the culture. We need to produce stuff, get that into the culture. Otherwise, what the world is going to make, because the world is going to make culture with or without us. And if we don't do it, they will do it, and then they will affect us. So, if we want any chance of, because theology is great, theology is wonderful, theology is, and biblical studies and all that, everything we talk about on this channel is fantastic. But really, what our cultural output is what's going to affect the culture long term. We here on this channel, education will affect the culture short term. Culture will affect it long term. So when we talk about culture on this channel, it's the most important thing we could be talking about that you as a Christian can do. Everyone can make something creative or support something creative. Everyone can do this. Support an artist if you're not creative yourself. Support a Christian artist who's doing fabulous work. Make sure they are doing fabulous work for the kingdom. Okay? Yeah. If you are a Christian artist, you have to produce excellence. It's incumbent on you to do excellent craft. If you are a supporter of the arts, make sure those you support are doing excellence. Then, maybe we can start putting some of our culture back into where it belongs. Okay? So, yeah, don't support lowbrow, cringy content. Yeah, another God is not dead for isn't going to do anything. I totally agree with that. Yeah, that was not good. Not good at all. Okay. Christian artists creating excellent YouTube videos and live streams. Well, we hope. We're hoping. We believe in that vision. That this is that we are not just educating, but we're also engaging a culture at large. And that's what art has to do. Okay, so we're going to call it a night here. We want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. It was a great night another great night of questions and some really good questions, and we are really appreciate of those who have supported the channel through donations and super chats. Thank you so much. If you haven't donated, please consider doing so on PayPal. It really helps us out. And we also want to thank our membership supporters, both our Patreon and our YouTube memberships. Those things help us out too, and we so appreciate that. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who pass on the URLs to other social media networks. It does get the message out. That said, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.